Good morrow, good afternoon, good evening, good night. So I had to delete the previous broadcast because I was trying to use a different studio and that studio decided not to work. So there's that. That's upsetting me. So I'm gonna have to keep paying out my ass to use StreamYard, it seems like. Which is fun. So I guess you get what you pay for. Anyway. Shippy, is that you in the comments? Stream Elements bot smells like racism. Okay. Where? I'm sorry. I've had lunch, so I am fully charged and ready to attack our task today. That's it. How you doing, Shippy Sharoo? Sorry, I'm sure you don't enjoy that. Let me just get here. This window capture can change to Xmind now because I'm using the actual program. There we go. Ah, we're doing it. You hate your fellow Australians. See, Bella's on. Ah, look at you. You were here right on time, Theo. Thank you. Are you ready to sit here the whole time? I expect you to sit here the whole time. Be like Shippy. Okay, so I did pre-diagram for this session, and I got about 15 minutes in, or 15, 20. I think it's 15. Let's say it's probably 15. So yeah, we have a little bit of pre-diagram, but we're still gonna have to slow down like we did yesterday. There we go. Let me see where I'm at with my screen. Enjoy Shippy, my boat is sailing. He's left his like, and he's leaving. I get it. Okay, so I will minimize my transcript, and I will get my video out. Be like me is terrible advice, Theo. Kitty is trolling. Be weird like Shippy. Do it. So yeah, I'm really upset that the other studio hasn't worked out. I'll try it again, but it seems like it's not reliable. It really sucks. So like it'll just stop working whenever it feels like it, which is like, I've got enough scuff. I create enough scuff myself. Okay, you don't need to come and help me out. So anyway, along with the extra diagramming, the little pre-diagramming that I did, first of all, we are using the Xmind app on Windows. Hey Dino, good to see you. You're back. Am I saying your name right, or is it Deno? Yeah. So I've added a little note here because, God, Lord, it gets very. You working StreamYard versus EVMux or something else versus OBS. I was trying to use EVMux for the first time today, and it just kept not loading. The studio would not load. First way is correct. Okay. Hey, Sparkles. So yeah, and I guess OBS. The only thing is that with OBS, I don't get to go like this and show everybody's chats. That's the only thing. It's the only difference. I can do it with OBS. I stream gaming through OBS. But yeah. Anyway, so yes, I added the link so we could get there. Hey, Creamage, good to see you. But also I added an extra note here, which is just trying to remind everybody that this diagram uses the transcript available with the YouTube video. Don't click away from it while you're reading. In order to map out the speaking turns of each participant, each of the participants' words of the participants express their views and not necessarily the views of those included in the commentary notes of this map. Sorry. Express their views and not necessarily the views of those included in the commentary notes of this map. So basically, their words are theirs, my words are mine, your words are yours. Commentary is, I don't know. Yeah. Commentary is my own opinion, where not stated in the opinion of those in the live channel during the diagram sessions when labeled with their names. Use your words. Yes. EVMAX is a lot of work. Tommy and Brahma are. Look, it looks like the reason I tried to use EVMAX is because I was in Cindy's studio and it seemed really cool. It seemed like it had a lot of things available. But it seems like it got stuck in the initialization stage, and then I couldn't press go live, so I had to come back to StreamYard. Luckily, I've got their overlapping what's the name subscriptions at the moment, but I'm gonna have to cancel EVMAX because it's just not reliable enough. I mean, if I'm gonna have that every single time I come in there, because I did have that problem earlier when I created the studio. I was like, okay, it disconnected a couple times, and then I reconnected it, and it worked. Yeah, it seems like it's a good. It's trying to do something really cool, but it's just not there yet. So maybe I'll try it later. But yeah, I'm gonna have to give it a pass. I'll let them know why I'm doing it, because we're talking about our studio, the studio thing that we stream through. Sparkles. So anyway, I did also just go off tangent because I spoke about this and then I started talking about EVMAX. Okay, so we are in StreamYards at the moment, guys. StreamYards is nicely expensive, but yeah, it does what it's supposed to do. Maybe it messes the audio up a little bit every now and then, but at least it goes live. Okay, so here we go. This is where we got to yesterday. We got to 2 hours. I was very excited. Okay, we had just gotten to 2 hours. We've got 58 minutes really left. Let me get the video out. So I got very excited and felt like, yeah, we could totally finish this week. And maybe we could finish it in this session. And I don't think we're going to finish it in this session, but, you know, we could try. We could see how far we get. There we go. Okay. So we are at 20 minutes, 2 hours. That's why we also are so late today. I'm starting much later, but I'm still going for 4 hours. Yeah, I started later so that I could do some pre-diagramming because I didn't do that last night. Sorry. So yeah, here we go. We were at the point where we start quibbling about whether Gaza is a concentration camp. So enjoy as we continue. Let's see. Excuse me. You got this. I will not distract. Yes, Shippy, you do not distract. No, I think chat is nice and quiet now. I think we're good. Let's just grind. Let's just grind this out. Let's go.
It's horrible for.
Okay, so this is where I'm at, like 2:15 or whatever. So let's go back to there. So let's get to what I diagrammed lost yesterday. There we go. Got there. Nice smoke from Joe. And let's go. Yeah. Okay.
I think the second one is accurate.
Right.
But it's a very strange thing to say that there's a population boom in a concentration camp. In Auschwitz in the 1940s, there was not a doubling of the population.
This is where we're at.
I didn't say it was.
He didn't say it was a
death
concentration camp. He said it shares many of the characteristics.
Auschwitz was a concentration camp.
It was ultimately a death camp, no?
Yes, it started as a concentration camp.
Yes, correct.
You'll notice that people were not doubling in size their number because of the children they could have in Auschwitz.
Yeah, but nobody's calling it a concentration camp because it's the same as Auschwitz.
Okay.
Yeah, we have this whole thing that pissed me off. I'm like, I'm spending much time diagramming this stuff because you guys are, because Dave decided that he used the concentration camp opinion as a way to express how horrible Gaza is. So he held on to that. Now we're starting to say, is it like a concentration camp? Isn't it? We go through this whole discussion of whether it's like a concentration camp because, yeah, Murray did come up with the idea. You said, you're probably one of those people that thinks it's like a concentration camp. And he said, Dave did say, it shares characteristics of a concentration camp. Didn't get any time to explore why he's saying that. No. We had to carry on because Douglas was talking. So we got that. Now Douglas, after all of this whole speech that we got from Dave, Douglas has gone here. This line, he's gone all the way to talk about this one point that bro made over here. Okay, he's just talking about literally a concentration camp. So it shares a lot of similarities, I would think. So that one thing got us minutes of discussion down here. But it's important, I guess, to distinguish what is, not even to distinguish, to just actually say what is going on in Gaza. Okay, let's get an idea there.
But let's just at least tidy up the language a bit.
So he did call it tidy up the language. Oh, where we at? Sorry, I've missed it now. Concentration camp. Yeah, we're here. So he does say, please, nobody's calling it a concentration camp because it's the same as Auschwitz. So he's saying he compared it. He did say it's similar to, but that's it. Let's just tidy up the language a bit.
Either you think the place is a concentration camp or you think it's not a concentration camp, and I don't think it can be a concentration.
So either you do or you don't. He kind of said in the middle, he said it's like, there are some characteristics. He didn't say the exact words, but he did say it shares some characteristics. And I remember yesterday I kind of praised Dave for sticking to his guns when he knows that he could have been debate-brained right here and completely disagreed with this position just in order to be against whatever Douglas says. But he kind of agreed with Douglas that, yes, I do think of it as kind of a concentration camp. But now we have to be precise with our language and we have to figure out exactly what he means by that. But we're doing that after he got a whole speech in and we don't talk about anything he said there. We first got to talk about this point. I used to be very against back and forth structured debates, but you're kind of convincing me that I'm wrong about that. Yep, I also was. I was like, oh, it's you never really get the right points, and it's not as exciting. You know what? It makes more sense. It's a lot more structured debates. You know what, guys? Can we make a promise that our next debate is a structured one? You will be able to see, very much so. We've done a structured debate before. We just didn't finish it. Where we, of course, we didn't finish it, but we did a structured debate between on monk debates. It was a political correctness, the one with Jordan Peterson in it, and the word salad man. All of that, even word salad man gets to speak. And then when it comes to the back and forth, that's when it's difficult. When it really does become a conversation, that's when you can lose track and you're not really thinking about that person's argument properly. You're just trying to get a word in. So I think they all descend into that, and there is a skill in doing that conversational bit at the end. We know when they open up the panel, when they do that, I think there's quite a lot of skill in that. So yeah, let's do for our next debate. We are going to do a structured one, and we can definitely compare. So I'll put that in the diary for next week. Let's do that now. A structured debate. This is now assuming that that we finish this week. Let me do it here. Got my diary. Structured debate. Debate diagram to completion. Sparkles, hey Kitty, I need you to pay attention to me. Oh, hi Sparkles, I pay attention to you. How you doing, Sparkles? You sparkle up my life. How the kittens? Look, you made me blush. What's up, Hydra? The Jurassic argument. I think the final back and forth should be open floor for 10-15 minutes after X amount of time, structured debate. Yeah, that's at least, because then you at least get everybody's ideas and everybody's things stated, and then you do need that. I do think you do need that open space where you are back and forth, and you have to show some sort of prowess. You don't get to just sit and you don't get to think about it too much. You actually have to show that you can think on your feet. Really bad, Miss Sparkle. Sadly, I'm in a lot of pain and have a lot of problems to solve. I'm so sorry, Hydra. I'm sorry that this is where you landed up with your, your feelings. This is not going to make you feel good. Unless you just laugh at it, okay? Okay, so here we are.
Camp or any such term is suitable when you're talking about a place which you yourself have admitted has a disproportionately young population. So that's the first thing.
Okay, yeah, we knew that was your quibble because you initially said there was not a doubling boom of population. So he's like, haha, I can score a point against you about this concentration camp thing because look, there's young people there. I don't think that he was really saying it's exactly like a concentration camp. What he was trying to get in is that it's not good. Okay, but we're here. This is what we're fighting. This is the hill we have now decided we must die on. So I think it can be a concentration camp or any such term is suitable when you're talking about a place which you yourself. So he's like, haha, you see, you admitted it's got babies. So then it's not a concentration camp. So he's like, okay. Okay.
I don't think breeding in
So he's like, I don't think breeding
any way argues against, but okay. I didn't call it a concentration.
So he's trying to say against, but he's flabbergasted. You don't come home with anything. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just inquiring about my husband. Okay. Okay, he doesn't even like really respond to this. But okay, I didn't call it a concentration camp either. He didn't call it one, but he compared it to one. And this is now the fight we're having. Okay? So don't worry. Don't worry. Douglas doesn't even care that you're responding to him, son. You see this little icon with the airplane? He's flying over what you're saying.
Concentration camp.
You said it has many of the same.
But you asked him if it did.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got the second thing is you said it has many of the same. So now he was going to get to his second thing. Douglas himself was going to get to his second thing. But then he was like, oh, no, but you did say it had shared the many characteristics, many of the same characteristics. He's like, yeah, you did say that, but you asked him if it did. He didn't exactly say, does it share characteristics? He said, do you believe? You're probably someone who believes it's a concentration camp in Gaza. That's the exact wording, but okay. You asked him if it had any of the characteristics of the concentration camp. Not exactly exact wording, but it's okay. Okay, we're good. Yes, because he said earlier that it did, long before that speech. So he also realized there was a whole speech. Good. Very nice to Gordon. He's a good boy. He is a good boy. He was supposed to get a helmet, but he didn't.
I asked him if it had any of the characteristics of a concentration.
Yes, but
characteristics of a concentration camp, or if it was akin. So he's now saying it's not akin. Akin is like that akin is like,
because he said earlier that it did.
Okay, well, so let me be much more precise. Let me be much more precise. Okay, so I'm not claiming that it is a concentration camp or that it is akin to Auschwitz.
You're just saying it covered. So there you go. He now is forced to say what he kind of meant by that, which is all of this. Okay, he's not saying it really is like it, but he's just using it as a rhetorical device. Okay, so now he has to be precise, and now he has to explain it, and he should have.
I'm saying that it's been under full blockade since 2007. Israel rules the seas, the airs. They control electricity that goes in. They're not allowed to have an airport. They're not allowed to have a seaport. They don't have the freedom to leave without permission from the Israeli government. They don't have the freedom to trade with the world. They don't have a freedom to vote over the government that rules them. I don't know. Call it whatever you want to. That's the situation.
That's the situation, he says. So call it what you want to. That's the situation. He used it. What do you mean, good Lord, woman? Shippy. Then I told him that he was supposed to get a helmet. He needs a helmet, yes. It's required. Okay. I don't know, call it whatever you want. If that's the situation. Yeah, so he is being called out here. But basically he had to be precise. This is what he meant. When we call out. Insert. Where's my call out? No, label, note. I'm on the different program this time, so insert. No, why? Select. Where are my callouts now? Is this work? Does this work? Yes, it still works. My shortcut works. It's cool. We good. Okay. Call out what he really meant by it shares characteristics with a concentration. Okay. I'm actually heating up here, people. What is happening? Oh, I am sitting on a blanket. That's true. Okay.
Of which is the result of the election of Hamas.
None
All
of it's
which-
Israel's fault. Israel's not.
So he's just like, all of this is Hamas's fault. So all of this over here is Hamas's fault. They can't do any of this because like he did literally just mention the Israeli government. But look how angry we have, what's the name? We have Dave here. Look how angry he is. Your hair's pretty as well, Sparkles. Yours is blonde. Mine's just mousy brown. It's just long-ish. Okay, so none of it's Israel's fault. This was quite an interesting thing he's trying to say. Like, listen, you are completely just putting it on Hamas. You're not understanding what I am seeing, which is that Israel and Hamas are to blame for people that are dying.
Responsible for one of the babies that have died of the bombs that they are dropping.
Let's get
So he's gone back to the emotional bits. Like, no, literally babies are dying. So let's not forget that. So that's why he's using the emotional language. But what I found interesting is where he will use it and where Douglas will use it. Douglas will use it, of course, only on the Israelis. He will use it on the Palestinians. Neither of them seem to drop to the other side. It seems like Douglas, Dave is the one that is most likely to at least say something emotional about the Israelis dying. But it seems like Douglas just is always focused on the Israelis here. And it's quite obvious at a later stage where he takes a turn and decides to only say young Israeli people. He only says that. Okay, I've got that on, fine. So yeah, the dropping is Israeli is not the only, like, look how angry he is. We're still angry. I'll just say most angry Dave has gotten. That's what I think. There and up. No, don't reset style. Can't you just update it for the rest of time? Okay. Okay, so let's hear what Douglas has to say here. I'll try and put it in view.
get onto that then, because you say it's one of the most brutal wars.
I don't get why he does this. Okay, sorry. He goes and talks. This is now him going and talking about how brutal, the level of brutality, addressing an argument about the level of brutality in comparison to other wars. I feel like this falls flat. Why would you bring this up here? Because he's kind of like, well, nobody's going to say, yeah, well, at least it's not as bad as that other war. Therefore, Israel is good and Hamas is better. Like, hello? Hi, Cyberringu. Good to see ya.
It's a very brutal war. It's a very brutal war. It's certainly not even, sadly, among the standards of our time by any means the most brutal. We don't need to get into the rather...
We literally don't, but you brought it up.
...statistician, ugly debate about whether or not you follow the Hamas government in Gaza's figures for the death counts, which most of the world's media rely on, and which
he brought that up. Yeah, and he's like, I don't trust them and blah blah.
I don't think are reliable to the least extent. But you don't need to rely on that to say that.
Thank goodness that you helped us go over that. You brought it up, but you also said it's not really relevant. So thanks. I'm glad we didn't have to have that conversation.
Even by the standards of a conflict in neighboring Syria, the highest Hamas death count inside Gaza for the appalling last year and a half is less than an average year has been for the last decade in Syria.
For me, somebody, the normie over here goes, everybody that in a war, when casualties, when they go from 2 upwards, it's a calamity, boy. Like actually, 1 death is a calamity, and then you try and go into quantifying it. We lose touch with those numbers. So when you're saying, 100 people, 100,000 people versus 200,000 people, yes, we will then say one is larger, one had more damage than the other. But when we're talking morality here, it kind of loses its power, because we're like, yeah, we don't want any of this to be happening. And also this whole thing of how severe it is, not the argument that Dave was making anyway. But it seems like him bringing this up makes it like, well, it's not even the worst war. So Israel's not as bad as you think, and Hamas is not as bad as you think, and this war could be worse. Therefore, we can support it.
During the Civil War, so
the whole deck. I mean, Liz, total.
So he here is saying so the whole decade. So he was going to say something like that, Dave, but then he goes, far more people died in Syria. I'm not arguing. He's not arguing that, he wasn't. But we bring you. Douglas brought this up for, I don't know, to have something to say.
Far more people died in Syria. I'm not arguing that,
Right.
but you're saying it's less than any year. I think there were years that were pretty
600 to 800.
So he's like, it's less than any year, whatever. In I don't get this. Why we're talking about this? 600,000 to 800,000 people have been killed in Syria during the civil war.
100,000 people have been killed in Syria during the civil war there, and I give it as an example. Far too many examples of wars in the region and in the wider world to go to, but I think we get once again back to the issue of language on this. It says one of the most brutal wars.
Okay, like honestly, war is brutal. I feel like this is a non-issue that we're discussing.
It's simply obvious that it's.
We have a nice war. We like to have our fair wars, you know. We had a good war over there, and then in Syria they had a bad war. No war is good, but I guess I'm just being simplistic.
An appalling war, but it is not by any numerical or other standards the most appalling war of our time.
Okay. Guess what? For the people that are in the war, it is the most appalling war they've ever experienced. I'm just saying. They're not going, oh, no, you know what? I really shouldn't worry about so-and-so dying yesterday when they just went out to get groceries or whatever. Because you know what? That's what happened in World War II.
It's a war that Hamas started because they shouldn't have invaded their neighbor, and they shouldn't have tried to genocide their neighbor.
I looked this up when I watched this. Syria had like 4.5 times as many people as Palestine. I don't do the per capita conversion because I realized how morbid it is doing so. Well, you realize it, but I don't think Douglas did. Pause and have a tall cooler glass of soda around here. That's it. Do that. Could just not. Could we just not? Like, I just don't. You know what? You could do per capita. You could go because if you're going to be utilitarian about it, be like, which war is better? Then fine, I understand that's what you could talk about. But for me, with this conversation right here in this context, nobody's going to convince us that it's not a contentious subject and it's not something people fight about. So you coming and telling me it's not the most brutal war is not going to do anything. You're just wasting your wind here. Douglas sounds like every other war apologist troll on X or YouTube. Hey, don't look over here. Look over there. But he does still at least do it. He is still doing it by saying, oh, it's horrible. It's horrible that there are lots of examples of worse wars. And he's doing that.
Now, if the war.
Okay, of course, now he's going back to just repeating. He gets to. Remember, he's here to give the view that he thinks is not often given on Joe Rogan. So he's going to. He's going to. say the genocide thing and all of that. He's going to frame it in the way a strictly pro-Israel person would.
Hamas started because they shouldn't have invaded their neighbor and they shouldn't have tried to genocide their neighbor. Now, if the war can be prosecuted, could be prosecuted, it was always for two.
Okay, so he now is going to pontificate, and I say pontificate because of the way that he speaks, not because I don't agree with the facts that he lays out. It's just the way that he brings them to us. Okay, if the war can be prosecuted, could be prosecuted, always for two reasons. So he's trying to say this is why the war is continued. And just another, let's go over here. I killed this not by pulling all of our time, so I did comment on that. Let's go here. I'll just put a reminder in there. And started, so just a reminder that this is a sort of repeat, but I think when you're having this argument, you're going to have a repeat. It's just how it goes. But it's nothing new. He just gets to word it. Again, this is why he's here. This message is why he's on wording the conflict like this, as he sees not many people are wording this way. They're pro. Wasn't there a pro-Hamas what's the name, protest or whatever today in the US? It's just that makes me laugh. I looked this up. Once you're at the 5.6 deaths and 5.9 deaths per capita stage, your argument sort of has to kind of be dark, and you must own that. Yeah, own it then, but I don't. Ironically, or maybe not so, Hamas and Israel backed some of the same rebel groups in Syria. Hassan Parker's chat? Yes. Hassan Parker's chat is. Did Hassan Parker's chat go for a stroll with some placards? I might need to take a headache pill just now. I was thinking my headache would have been gone by now, but it's not. Okay. Prosecuted will be prosecuted always for two reasons. Always for two reasons. Let's tell us why the war is continuing.
2 reasons. Always for 2 reasons. The first one, as stated by the unanimity of Israeli politicians and others, was to retrieve the hostages, who we also haven't spoken about, but there are still hostages in Gaza held for the last 18 months by Hamas, including young Eden Alexander from New Jersey.
Of course, he has to. He does include this for the sake of Dave. Dave, who is American, relates. So he's just relating the victims to Dave. I think he does that just to make, like, he has to. Also, you're also personalizing it when you mention an individual. When you say 250, it kind of you lose the number. Or if you just say hostages or 10 or 30, when you go and you actually have an individual's name, it humanizes it. So he's just using that tactic there. That's not saying it's a bad thing. You do lose track of the individuals. Isn't Douglas's response to Dave saying it's one of the most brutal wars, wherein Douglas is trying to demonstrate comparisons to debunk that statement, as it is heavily emotive language? Yeah, he is doing that, but just I think the emotive language of it, you don't take it away by saying that there's more brutal wars. It doesn't actually work. It's like you're saying it's not as brutal. When who cares? It's still brutal enough. You know, it's brutal enough for us to talk about. It's brutal enough for us not to want it to happen, right? So it's a waste of air, in my opinion. That's just my opinion of it. It's a waste of air to go through that comparison. Especially if it's just to be able to say, I debunked what you said. Like, it's like, okay, we spent all that time doing that. I think Syria is a bad example. I don't know. He uses Syria as an example. He says often. Okay. Israeli politicians and other have to retrieve the hostages. So the hostages are why they want to continue this conflict.
If Hamas had not
And then-
stolen the Alexander from New Jersey in Gaza, held for the last 18 months by Hamas, including young Eden Alexander from New Jersey. If Hamas had not stolen the hostages and hidden them in their tunnels and hidden them in civilian homes, this war would have all been different.
This is another way. He doesn't explain how different. We don't know. It's just would have all been different. This is a continued thing. We all do this. As in, I think Dave even does it. It would be different if they didn't. So it would be different statement. We don't really get into it. We don't go further into what could have happened, things like that. This is a topic we actually don't land up exploring. So I've forgotten to be marking these off, but that's what this symbol means. If Hamas hadn't stolen hostages, so we're there.
If they had have given them back, and they could give them back tomorrow, it would all be different. But they didn't. They decided to do what they did on the 7th and to hold on to the 250 odd hostages as it was at the beginning.
So they've held on to them at the beginning. Then he gives us the second reason and also then says secondly. So this was just entertaining for me. Okay. After a while, I have to find joy in tiny little bits of things that the person does because I'm losing patience with everything else. Okay. So he goes, the second reason.
From the beginning. The second reason why the war is still being prosecuted is because of the stated aim to destroy Hamas, which is the stated aim of the Israelis.
So, yeah, because Hamas still exists, we have to continue the war, right? I'd say Douglas is pointing out the factual inaccuracy of the statement, one of the most brutal wars, rather than downplaying the impact of the war itself. Yeah, let's put that there, Creamage. To other wars, I'll put that here, Creamage. I'd say Douglas is pointing out the factual inaccuracy of the statement. One of the most brutal wars. Rather than downplaying the impact of the war itself. Okay. Okay, so the whole we've got that, we've gone there. Now he's giving us the second reason, which is basically Hamas is still a thing, therefore we have to continue the war.
Neither of these things is remotely easy. Okay? And just from a point of humility, I think, on everyone's side, we should concede none of that is easy. It is not easy to get 250 hostages back when they have been distributed across the Gaza to civilian homes, hidden in tunnels, surrounded by munitions and much more.
So there's the emotional words as well. This is what they're going through. That's what the hostages are going through. They're not just there in Gaza. They are hidden in tunnels, surrounded by munitions and much more. So they're not having a good time. The smugness is dropping on my screen. One sec. Oopsie. Then we've got, then he explains a lot of this about Hamas itself.
Hamas is not an actor like Denmark. Its backers don't behave the way that our governments do in the West. They have a totally different time scale that they think along. They have a totally different scale of values as well.
So, yeah, he's basically pointing out, excuse me, how evil Hamas is, how different, operates completely differently. Everyone else, Israel especially, is what he's saying. I'm leaving you, kitty. I'm going to watch Boosh now. I'm feeling a little low. See you later. Okay. Say hi to Booshy for me. This is not exactly feel-good content, so I understand. Okay, the second reason, so it's not easy. It's not easy to get 250 hostages back. Okay, secondly, which he's already done the second one, but secondly, so this would be thirdly, but I thought it was funny to keep that in.
The taunts of Hezbollah's leadership, of Hamas's leadership,
No,
of their
sorry, first
backers
this.
in Tehran are annihilationist to their core. But at any point in the last 18 months, the Qataris, for instance, or the Iranians, the Iranian Revolutionary Government, or the Turkish government or others, could have put their pressure on Hamas to return the hostages who are still being held in captivity, and everything would be different.
Okay.
Secondly,
Okay.
as you know, I'm sure, you don't have to have seen this with your own eyes to know it. As I'm sure you know, the way in which Hamas built up the structure of the Gaza throughout the 18 years that they had was precisely to flout and use every law of war against the Israelis. Every army in a conflict has certain rules of war that you're meant to abide by.
Okay, so this is further information about how different or how out of control Hamas is. Further explanation for how Hamas is worse than what just a normal conflicting, I don't know, state. So it's like they don't even play war by the rules. Okay, very obvious retort from somebody who's anti-Israel would be Israel doesn't play by the rules either. And then I go, okay, cool. So if nobody's playing by the rules, what are the rules for?
One of the most obvious is that you are identified as being a combatant, not as a civilian.
Yeah, we would at least like that. If we're going to have war, we would like combatants to be the ones that are fighting it, not the civilians. But civilian casualties are definitely occurring on both sides.
Okay. Another is you don't put weapons in civilian houses and civilian buildings. You do not fire.
Okay, so that was one of the first things that would come across your timeline, which is that either side, whoever it was either Hamas or Israel, both sides, they're both using this tactic of putting the munitions in civilian places, because then they are using the lives of civilians to protect their munitions. And I've heard both ways. Both sides have done this. This is, everybody is accusing left and right. This is controlling the narrative via a history book. The smugness, you know what? This is he is giving us a whole narrative. He doesn't get interrupted or anything. But when Dave tries to do it, he interrupts a lot. We do at least get some Dave speeches this session.
From houses of worship, rockets. You do not launch attacks from hospitals. You do not keep detention facilities where you can torture and disappear people inside hospitals and other medical facilities. Okay,
so all of that there is all of these laws of wars, laws that Hamas breaks every minute, every day. So just more exposure of the message he wants, more exposure. Douglas wants to get across to Dave and Joe's audience. Hamas is the bad guy. The really, really bad guy in all this. Okay, this is all of it. Just focus on that. That's what he wants you to focus on. Okay.
All of these laws of war are the laws that Hamas breaks every minute of every day.
In this case, I would go, okay, cool, who broke the laws first? Because if your opponent's breaking the laws, you keeping to the laws does not help you. They are using it against you. Once your opponent breaks the law, doesn't really help. There's no rules of engagement anymore.
By their actions. So if you want to get the hostages back, and if you want to destroy Hamas, when you're fighting against a force which does not only not follow the rules of war, but uses your following of the rules of the laws of war against you.
Makes sense. It makes sense that your opponent would use your following of the rules as a weakness. That makes sense.
At least concede this is a highly specific.
He doesn't. He actually doesn't interact with the U.S.-Iraq war. Doesn't. Well, Dave tries to. He baits him several times.
And complex military operation, and if you highly specific.
So I guess this is where I'm at, where it's like, yeah, it's a very complex military operation. I don't know what am I supposed to do with it. This is basically, he says, just admit that it's a complex situation.
At least concede this is a highly specific and complex military operation. And if you have, or anyone else has, and I say this genuinely, a better way to get back the hostages and to destroy Hamas, I, at any rate, am all ears.
Okay.
Okay, so he's like, cool, tell me if there's a better thing. And cool, Dave kind of gets into it now, but so far as I've diagrammed, Dave actually doesn't give me too much more. He gives me a reason, kind of, he says, okay, well, Hamas, if we attack Hamas, then more Hamas will come. So if we attack terrorists, more terrorists are going to come. Or if you attack innocent people, then you're going to create terrorists. So I completely get that, but he doesn't give me an alternative. I don't know if he is saying we must now sit back and do nothing, or like, what is he trying to say? And I haven't gotten to that point yet in the arguments, because of course we have a lot of speeches from Douglas and a lot of speeches from Dave in between that. So here we go.
Okay, well, there's a lot there. So number one, like I do agree generally with your point about having some humility in these complex situations, but I would also say, like, do you not then at any point, as you're like a very well-known public figure who's supporting this war, think about the level of human suffering that is being inflicted on these innocent people and go like, man, is there another way? Maybe I'm getting this wrong.
It's also interesting the way that Dave here is now properly characterizing him as somebody who supports this war. It's I don't feel like, maybe it's earlier, but this is for me the first time he actually characterizes Douglas as a war supporter, just in his words, through his conversation, a supporter of this war. It kind of frames how he sees Douglas. You're a guy who supports this war, as opposed to a guy who supports Israel. It's the guy who supports the war, who wants the war to continue, rather than just, oh, well, I want this side to win.
Maybe this is the Iraq war all over again, you know, which you also supported.
See, there is his baiting. He's like, this is the Iraq war all over again, you know, which you also supported. That maybe that's a big mistake. So there's his bait, but he doesn't take it.
That, like, maybe that was a big mistake.
If I say I don't need.
Now what he does is doesn't speak about that and goes, no.
To think about it. I've seen it.
Okay,
I
fine.
know
Okay.
it.
And you can see, oh, okay, fine. He like loses his shit. He's like, okay, I'm not gonna interact with that argument because you're gonna say I was there.
I describe it in my book.
Okay.
I describe what I see in Gaza with the Palestinians when they're moving down the humanitarian corridor.
Okay, let me just respond.
Right, so he's got a description. He's seen it. He has thought about it. Basically, he's saying, I'm sure of this. One of the questions is, would the IDF have done what they've done if all the hostages were returned? I don't know. It is a good question, but nobody really talks about it. But then you also go, okay, cool. We are talking about what ifs here. We have to also, how do we deal with what's going on right now? And I don't know. That's why I made that face. Okay. Let me just respond to some of the stuff you said. Okay, first, he's being a little bitch over here with this as well. Just a little small snide comments. Calling out Douglas for a hypocrite when it comes to humility. Because he's saying, you don't have any humility over here. Like, you just told us to have humility. Yeah, I agree. You should have some humility. So shouldn't you think that, hey, maybe this is not the best thing. Maybe I'm wrong about this. So he just cuts that off by saying, just ends it off nicely by saying, oh, you don't have any humility.
On to some of the stuff you say. Oh, okay. So then I guess it's not really that much of humility involved in this, but there's two very different goals that are being stated here, right? Like,
yeah, so then he goes on to his actual remark. So he gets bitchy and then he goes on to his actual response. Thank you for getting past your bitchiness. Let's go.
There's the retrieving the hostages, and then there's taking out Hamas. Now, the retrieving the hostages and actually,
so they have that, they've had those goals stated. Both of them have put them in agreement with it, that there's two retrieving hostages and there's taking Hamas. So what he would be upset about is the way in which they do it, right? Obviously. What if I watch the Wheel of Time? Taco Night, don't watch the Wheel of Time, okay? Don't. Please. So I watched 15 minutes of the first episode of the season, and that's the end of it. In agreement. So there's two stated aims there. Have you watched it, Taco Night? Watch it. Watch it. It's better than the books. Shut up. Don't listen to her lies. Whoa. Get out of here. It might give clues on how to save hostages. That's why we should watch The Wheel of Time. You know what? I think that they probably make people watch Wheel of Time as a form of torture. That's what they do. Wheel of Time is a war crime. That being said, yes, of course, they're describing... Okay, so we haven't gotten to that point yet. So, two very, very different goals. Wow, says Taco Nuts. Yeah, I hate that show, okay? I hate it.
Many of the families of hostages who are taken have been some of the only people really protesting this war in Israel, because, of course, you know, if you imagine, if you have your family over there and your government is leveling this place, that is not the best path to pursue to make sure you get all the hostages out alive.
That makes me quite, like, I agree. It is pretty logical. Yeah, hostages are in that area. We don't know where. If you level the whole place, you're probably going to kill my hostages. So as the family probably wouldn't, family of the 250 people wouldn't be happy with that idea. Hook, I'll fight you, says Hard Round Brush. What are you talking about? I want to watch whatever Kitty doesn't want me to watch. I'm talking about the Prime series Wheel of Time. The thing that was created despite the beauty of the books, okay? Something was corrupted. It was, I hate it, and that's the end of it. Okay, go and watch it. See if I care. Fucking hate it. Just don't make me watch it. Okay, don't make me watch it. That's all I'm saying. Although that being said, level 3 membership, you get to do watch parties with me, and we'll watch what what the level 3 membership says. Okay. Retrieving the hostages and actually many families. Okay, so he's talking about the families. Cool.
I would say that it fell apart, but Donald Trump having his envoy Witkoff go over there and work out this ceasefire deal that they had for a few weeks. They did get, I believe, 30 hostages back during the phase 1 of this ceasefire. Seems to me like that would be the method to pursue to try to get the hostages back.
So he has given a response to this. I'm all ears. This is his example. This is he's answering that question, right? Oh, this is a way. Okay, ceasefire and negotiation. Cool. That's one way that they can get the hostages back. That is an alternative that he at least brings us. But then when he talks about Hamas and terrorists, I don't know what he's trying to do with that. Donald Trump having cool, this provides an alternative. So let's go further. Okay, it doesn't go further into it. Let's put a marker here. It's this one. And this will be okay.
But if you're talking about eliminating Hamas, and I think there's something kind of interesting that you touched on there. I don't I disagree with much of your characterization of it, that like Israel are the good guys who always follow the rules. We could kind of get into some of.
So there he is. He's against this. Okay, so if he goes here, this is his against highly specific. No, this is all of these laws. Yeah, so he's disagreeing with this. Okay, lots of lines here that, yeah, okay, we could do without, but I'm just trying to pick up what he's picked up on, show where he's picked up on these things, why he's mentioning them.
That there's lots of rules like in that Israel does not follow.
So then my question is, who broke the rules first? And then some people in chat have said like, well, the whole occupation itself was breaking the rules. So
that being said, yes, of course. I mean, you're describing guerrilla warfare, terrorist organizations. That's right. It stated differently.
So this is stated differently. This is the thing. When he says stated differently, this is the thing that Douglas is against. Is what Douglas against. He finds it insidious and that the experts only argument is used because of this. Okay, this is what he is busy fighting against, but here Dave is doing it. This is why he doesn't like Dave. I just discovered the members only emoji. She's only now, Paffy. Enjoy. Guys, there's also the cat litter as well. Daisy, I need to make a better Daisy emote. You guys need to understand how cute she is. Hey, do? Maybe just wait, let's see. You'll just get this. Just get Daisy's tail as an emoji, and you just put Daisy tail everywhere. Okay, anyway. No, you don't go in the drawer. No. You sit on my lap, or you sit on the desk, and that's it. Good Lord, Daisy. And you sit in front of the camera, bro. You guys, look. Okay, Axie, I don't know why. Look, listen, Axie is an emote because sometimes he comes around. I think he might because we're late today in the afternoon. So he usually comes and asks for food around this time. And you might see his paw or something. Okay, stated differently. So that's what he's against. Do you guys like the rage one? I guess it's something.
Differently, Gaza doesn't have an air force or an army or a navy. They're just basically militias running around, terrorists who are trying to do everything they can to fight an asymmetrical war. And just like we helped teach Osama bin Laden how to do the Soviets, and then Osama bin Laden successfully did to us.
So this asymmetrical war, that's definitely not a thing that Douglas will be happy about. Doesn't want you to think of Hamas as the underdogs, obviously. Because they're the terrorists. You don't want people thinking that the terrorists are the underdogs. They're just freedom fighters. It's the same sort of thing with people that were against Nelson Mandela. They're like, he's a terrorist. So that's how that works.
By the way,
ask yourself,
Daisy!
Who has access?
That was Daisy, guys. That was Daisy. You shit. What the hell, Daisy? Oh. Oh my God. Okay, I need a different emote, honestly, for Daisy. Where are we even at?
Following of the rules of the laws of war against you and contact. I, at any rate, am all ears.
Are we like people
To think about it, I've seen it.
there's the
Okay,
retrieving
thanks,
the
Daisy.
hostages, and then there's taking out Hamas. Now,
Daisy's like, turn that off. She absolutely did that.
retrieving the hostages and really
No,
protesting
she actually
this
said
war
go back to the beginning is basically what she said.
Israel, because of course, if you go over there and work out this ceasefire deal that they had for a few weeks to try to get the hostages back. But if you're talking, I disagree with, we could kind of get into some of that. There's lots of rules like in that Israel does not follow. That being said, yes, of course. I mean, you're describing guerrilla warfare, terrorist organizations. That's right. It stated differently. Gaza doesn't have an air force or an army or a navy.
And I'm sorry, what is his accent?
They're just basically militias running around, terrorists who are trying to do everything they can to fight an asymmetrical war. And just like we helped teach Osama bin Laden how to do the Soviets, and then Osama bin Laden successfully did to us, the whole game in these asymmetrical wars is to get exactly what Hamas got out of this, right?
So they have to do these atrocious things because it's an asymmetrical war, because they can't do the organized kind of war. They have to do the guerrilla and ugly war, right? And when you're explaining it like this, someone like Douglas is going to see you as making excuses for them. This is what he was talking about when he says there are people making excuses for Hamas. So this sounds to him, at least, like he is making excuses. Sounds like excuses for the excuses Douglas was talking about. We don't know, well, at least that's what it's going to sound like to him. Okay, that's how he'll hear it. No matter what the intention of Dave is here to have this conversation, he's going to hear this as an excuse. And anybody who is sensitive about Israel is, of course, going to be hearing this as an excuse. The way that how dare you is kind of what they'll react with. And your name is that Don Kitty, so Karma, absolutely, it's true. I asked for it. Okay, then we're going to say morally speaking.
Osama bin Laden knew that he couldn't bankrupt the United States of America by taking down the Twin Towers, but he thought he could lure us into a war in Afghanistan that would bankrupt us. Now, it didn't completely, but it came pretty close. That being said,
it seems like he notices that Douglas does not agree with him with this, but he goes and then he continues.
Well, I just mean in terms of how much it drained the treasury, it was way more than any terrorist attack could have possibly done. That being said,
I'm very proud, so proud of Douglas for not interrupting him here. Like, look at him, good boy.
The idea that it's not like, I don't think, morally speaking,
it seems like without an interruption, he still got into Dave's head. But
when you're inflicting this level of suffering on a group of people, that the calculation should be like, well, we want to remove Hamas from power. That's the goal. Justice for October 7th. There's lots of governments around the world that we would, and Hamas isn't exactly a government, but there's lots of regimes around the world that we would all like to see removed, but that doesn't mean that we would approve of any means by which to get there.
Okay, so he's saying this is what I was saying earlier, is that his disagreement is not with that Hamas is something that needs to be taken care of. It's the manner in which it's being taken care of. So I understand that, but I don't know what he suggests as well. Like a ceasefire it is as close to it as I can come, but it's like, what is that then? Ceasefire and negotiation, but it seems like Hamas is not that the negotiation type. So what's happening? Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to note here is Dave does agree his issue seems to be the manner in which it's being handled. Yes, Daisy. Are you here to take us off track again, gal? Heat suits. Yep. I'm gonna put the lid on my juice here because girl is gonna break it up.
If you were like, hey, I think Kim Jong-un's government should
This is an example. This example, he's using an example to illustrate his above point.
be dissolved, I'm sure we would all agree with that. But if you were like, I'm going to level the place and just like slaughter people in order to do it, you might be like, okay, hold on.
Okay, so he's just drawn a comparison between the two. Obviously, it's a very simple comparison, but it's like, listen, the methods, daisy dominance. That's a cool, that's a cool term. I like that hard round brush. Protect your juice kitty. It is water. I don't know why I called it juice, but look, it's got kitties on it itself. So, yeah. Okay, so yeah, it's the methods that we're using. I have had a 473 milliliter sugar-free Red Bull and currently chugging a 500 nuclear white monster, and it's 12 p.m. Today is going to be lit. What are you doing? Why? Did you not sleep? Water is amazing. Just drink water. It's the best thing in the world. Okay.
But
next to wine.
Aside from that, this has been acknowledged at the highest levels of Israeli intelligence and U.S. intelligence. That there's just
good boy, Douglas. Didn't interrupt, but I did.
No way to get rid of Hamas without it being replaced by more Hamas.
So this is where my issue comes in with his point here. So listen carefully to what he says.
Or that there's just no way to get rid of Hamas without it being replaced by more Hamas or Hamas-like group, because it's the basic understanding of this whole situation, right? It's General McChrystal's insurgent math. There's still Hamas people. Hamas are popping back up in the areas that Israel's already leveled. And
so he's basically saying, yeah, you the way that they're fighting this is just going to cause more of it. But my problem is from here, we don't get what are we supposed to do? Because remember what I've said the whole time during this whole freaking diagram is if you don't finish your argument, somebody's going to finish it for you. Your opponent is going to fill in the other steps for you if you don't explain all the way down to it. So you've given me all of this and I can accept it, but I'm not understanding what you suggest beyond it. It seems like you're suggesting that Israel goes, okay, oopsie, and walks away. And that's the reason we have this freaking war, is because nobody wants to go, oh, let's walk away from it. Nobody's going to do that. That's why we have the conflict. We're stuck. I'm stuck with this. Okay, look at me. I don't know how to solve a world conflict. Okay, so these people are going to hate you and join up with you. So this again, okay, fine. I can understand this. So I'll just put, yeah, can understand. Go from here. Easy to fill in Dave's. I mean, he doesn't clarify the alternative beyond ceasefire and negotiation. I think Dave will fill it in, will fill the arguments in and say you want Israel to just let it happen. Okay, and he does do that. Spoilers. But let's cut our losses and file the child prophecy.
The more innocent people
Taco, yes, Taco's, yes, you guys are missing out on
you
Taco.
kill, the
I have to show his chats to you. If I was using Restream, you would see his chats there too. Maybe we'll try that next week. Next month.
More radicalized you're going to get this population, the more these people are going to hate you and join up with the resistance movement. And so I just think that to use the justification that we're trying to get rid of Hamas, and therefore it's not like it doesn't matter how many innocent women and children die in the process.
Of course it
or
matters.
Yeah, that isn't I can agree with that. We want to get rid of Hamas, so we're going to kill everybody around Hamas. It's Minesweeper, basically. yeah, that is quite horrible. I'm with you there.
But or there's no responsibility on you. You now are not.
Now he's taken it further and said there's no responsibility on you, which brings us all the way back to when he said when he put this question in. They said when he got very angry. So it's not Israel's fault. None of it is Israel's fault. This. So he's explaining this argument further, expanding on this argument. This idea. Okay, if we go back, follow the line. Okay.
Responsible for the bombs that you drop, how many people they kill?
No, of course you're responsible.
Okay, I'm glad that we have Douglas saying, of course you're responsible, because I was like waiting for him to just go immediately Hamas. But then, so we've got, so Israel's responsible then? Yeah.
So Israel's responsible then?
They're responsible.
Good. Okay, he's gotten, this is a win for him. Israel's responsible. It's a win for him to have Douglas say this, right? But now this is how Douglas words it.
Responsible for the means of their retaliation and their war aims. Yes, of course.
And that's it. Like, cool, but he has to add all of these. But he has noted that he has given, in a small little sentence, he has given Israel they are responsible. Has some responsibility. But I think he goes on to spend a lot of time on other points. Okay, so then he's got to go and do this.
But
Okay.
first of all, let me just say, I totally disagree with your characterization of Osama bin Laden and what he wanted to do, and I don't think that Osama bin Laden's stated public utterances were along those lines. But anyway,
okay, I'm glad he does the but anyway. So he just wants to state, I think he's just disavowing, like, listen, I don't agree with that. We don't need to get into it, but I'm just letting you know that, yeah, this is not something I agree with. So if we go, I think it was over here, this over here, he disagrees with that. Okay, and then we've got
the reason why the hostages have been released, the numbers that have, is because of constant kinetic force by the IDF. Hamas does not come to the table and ever hand over hostages out of goodwill. It doesn't do it out of the goodness of their own heart.
Yeah, doesn't do it out of goodwill. So he goes, no argument there. Not with the whole statement, I would say. Probably he just means no argument there, straight after what Douglas had said, where it was out of goodwill. That's when he said no argument there. But then he just restates it. It doesn't do it out of the goodness of their own heart. It does it because of the constant kinetic force of the IDF in Gaza. If we went for all 250 hostages would still be there. And I guess he doesn't argue yet on that. So it's like, okay, he's given them responsibility, but yeah, he's like, their actions are the only way they get what they want. This kinetic force is the kinetic force is the only way. Is the only it's what's anything good. Okay, this the only way Israel gets anything from Hamas. That's his just good. He's trying to have that message. That's what he's trying to tell everybody on the platform.
It does it because of the constant kinetic force of the IDF in Gaza. And if it weren't for that, all 250 hostages would still be there. Second thing is, when it comes to Hamas itself, I totally disagree with the presumption that if you tackle a terrorist entity, you will create more terrorists. Ergo, you should not attack the terrorist entity.
That's not the argument that I'm making. But
so he says that's not the argument that I'm making, but he didn't make further argument. I guess he was just, he got stuck on this responsibility of whether they kill, that whole thing. it isn't the argument he's making. So what I would want Douglas to say is, okay, what is the argument you're making? When you say these things over here, when you say these people are going to hate you and join up with the resistance movement, and so I think to use the justification that we're trying to get rid of Hamas, therefore it doesn't matter how many innocent, blah blah blah. That whole argument. When you say that, what are you suggesting? Based on that, what are you suggesting is the solution? Because it seems like you would be suggesting that therefore you do this thing. You don't you should not attack the terrorist entity. This is Douglas filling in the argument because he didn't get to it. Because he didn't. Okay, he just says that bit. If I go here, this is what I mean. These two things have happened. Okay, he goes, it's a commonly held argument. This is also, I don't know if this is speaking over. I should probably put an airplane in here. Let's see.
Okay.
It's a commonly held argument that if you respond to terrorism, you create terrorism. And of course, the only thing that in that case is you just have to sit back and take
the argument that I'm making.
Take it whenever it happens. That is the presumption of the argument. So what is his argument? I want to hear it. I do. I really genuinely do. The argument that I'm making, and this is how he words it.
What you're
is that when
saying,
you
I think,
slaughter innocent people,
Yes,
those
but-
people around them tend to hate your guts. That's the argument that I'm making.
It seems like that's still that's just one step back. What are you supposed to do? Your argument you're making, I have questions about your argument, Dave. I want to know genuinely, and I don't think Douglas does this. Genuinely tell us, yes, you're against the slaughtering of the innocent people. Good thing, me too. Okay. That's the argument that I'm making. They're going to hate your guts if you kill innocent people. So obviously your thing is we must stop killing innocent people. I think so. When you slaughter innocent people, these people around them tend to hate your guts. That's the argument I'm making. So if we go in, if we had to magically just have a Hamas bullet that only kills people that are part of Hamas, and we just spray the whole place, and the rest get like health points, and the other people die if they're Hamas people, would that work? Is that what you're saying? As long as we can just go and kill the right people, it would be fine. That's what I want to understand about his yeah. Oh, it is his accent. Dave Smith has his annoying Long Island Jewy. I thought you were saying Jersey accent. Somehow made worse when put next to Murray's pompous London Britness. Yeah, I don't know. He's very posh. Antecedent behavior consequence. Is the behavior adaptive or maladaptive? What's the consequence? Is the consequence justified? Behavior consequence. Well, antecedent. Then we have to get to the antecedent. Who started it? Okay. Look, okay. Pal speaks like that. Pal speaks like that as well. Sorry, I mean I really shouldn't be talking about people's accents. Mine's one of the most that you'll find on the planet.
First of all, your characterization of the slaughter, it's horrible. The war in Gaza. It's horrible.
Okay, this now. See, did you know? You know where I was, guys? I was like, yeah, Douglas should ask him about this. This isn't making his argument clearer. Let's put this note here. Isn't making. Not giving to not. Attack, not approach, not tackle the terrorist elements. Just saying. Kill innocent people, which we all agree upon. Anyway, so yeah, I would just like more. Maybe I should say. Douglas should ask questions. Ideally, Douglas would ask questions. further questions to clarify. Like, if we were having a better conversation, we could have further questions to qualify. And of course, I'm always going to talk about the proverbial better conversation, but it did not happen. What's the point? Why do you keep doing that?
All that young Israelis have to go in yet again to.
I'm Palestinian Christian, but get mistaken for Jewish or Italian. I've been mistaken for Jewish as well. It's the darkness. We get it. So yeah, the Italians and the Jewish people, we look the same. Come, sit on my lap now, Daisy. Sorry, I'm speaking to Daisy. She's finally decided she's done jumping up and down. This is Daisy's blanket, everybody. Hi, come. You know, this is why we haven't finished the diagram, because of you. That's why, because of you, baby girl. Okay.
Gaza and try to find Israeli hostages and try to get the leadership of Hamas.
That's what's horrible about it.
It is not.
So yeah, this is sorry, but instead of asking questions, we have Douglas saying, "Your characterization of the slaughter, it's horrible." Yes, okay, we all agree it's horrible. But he goes immediately and talks about that young Israelis have to go in yet again. He doesn't say young people, all people are in this conflict. He talks about only the Israelis, which does fit into this earlier accusation that Dave has, which is so far away. But it's basically where Dave goes when he's explaining, you have a double sense of empathy, where you seem to only have empathy for the Israelis and not for the Palestinians. Where is it? Scenarios we're looking at, Nelson Mandela, no? So just saying when you bring up the selection, no. Selective empathy. There's his selective empathy. So he's actually demonstrating what Dave has spoken to him, has accused him about. Demonstrating selective empathy. So he also accuses anti-Israeli people of the same thing, that you don't care about Israelis, you think they're undeserving of sympathy, and now he himself is giving no quarter to, not even no quarter, he's actually going out of his way to only mention the Israelis here. And that, I think that is just one way to get Dave to argue with him. That's one way. But we could at least get a question. We could have gotten, what is your argument from here? But instead, he just goes here. First of all, he's going to some other points. He keeps going to other points when this one's sitting right in front of you. It's a big, juicy one. But no, we're not talking about it. Hey, Lucifer, I blame Daisy. Yes, we blame Daisy all the time. Daisy, everybody blame you. Everybody blame you. Yes. Okay, she's on my lap now, so let's see how long this lasts. Shall we start a Daisy timer? How shall we get? No, don't move! Oh my god. I didn't even start the timer. Can you guys hear her nudging the microphone? Now the desk? Okay. Cool. So this is interesting. As soon as I was transcribing this, I was like, oh my god, Dave's going to go off. And he absolutely did.
Not the case. Yes, because I think there's a consequence to starting wars.
But so it's not horrible for the people who...
So he's like, that's not horrible. What was your response, Douglas? It's not the case, yes, because I think there's a consequence to starting wars. Okay, it's a non-answer to me.
Starting wars.
That's what's horrible about it.
It is not the case. Yes, because I think there's a consequence to starting wars.
Okay, so there's a consequence. It sounds like when he says there's a consequence to starting wars, it's then you don't get the sympathy of Douglas, I suppose. He's trying to get this "it's not the case" sentence out, but fair enough. We get Dave speaking over him.
But so it's not horrible for the people who didn't start a war.
No, like I understand completely Dave getting in here because this is what he wants to talk about. He wants to get over this point. He doesn't want to let Douglas just skip over it. He's like, no, you are going to tell me why you've spoken only about the Israelis over here. You made very clear. that you only care about the Israelis and you don't care about even the innocent Palestinians, not the Hamas people, the Palestinians. Very clearly only refers to Israeli young. They're suffering, bound to rub Dave the wrong way. I mean, Dave has just been talking about dead babies and things like that, and you're going to go and say, just go and only talk about that. That's going to make him angry. But I guess that's what he wants as well. So that's what's horrible about it. Okay, we're almost at the end of the pre-diagrammed stuff.
Why do we become like these collectivists as soon as a war starts?
Yeah, so this collectivist, I'm with him here. It's like, why do we have to now decide on a side when the war starts? It's like, can't we just hate both sides? I'm not supposed to hate, but can't we just think both sides are horrible? Is that too much to ask? Can we say war is cuck? Kitty puts the S in assertiveness. Woo! What's up, Common? I am so assertive. Okay, it's horrible. It's horrible for everybody involved. Thank you. He's conceded that. That's all we wanted.
Everybody involved.
No, it's the most horrible for the Palestinians.
Okay, now that's what I want. I'm okay. It's horrible. I'm really okay with it's horrible for everybody involved. I'm okay with this. This is my view. War bad. War equals bad. Okay. That's it. We're there with that, okay? Now, but he wants to go further. He's like, no. It's got to only be the Palestinians.
People in Gaza right now. That is the group of people who are being fucked over the most right now. No?
Yes.
No. So like that's what he wants to say. Hey, Sherry. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Yes. Because we want to complete. We're completionists. Guys, imagine if this was like me playing Elden Ring, okay? I would take this long to finish probably like one of the lowest levels that most people get through in a few minutes. So you've watched people play video games probably. This is what you're doing. You're watching me do a final boss here, okay? Cheer me on. Proud to have a march together. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Not that there's anything wrong with that, pal. Okay, so are you ready to suffer? Common, please stay and suffer with me. Kitty is an anti-blue balls. Anti-blue balls, yeah. Don't do it. Let her rip. Okay, I don't know what he means by that, so I just agreed with him. Okay, here we are. I need to take out the transcript. Hooray for Kitty! Thank you, Taco Nights. Okay, so hooray! Okay, so I'm going to go back to the transcript here, and we are going to be slower, even slower than we've been going for the past few hours, hour and a half.
At the moment, yes.
Right.
But then,
okay, so he goes, at the moment, yes. Cool. So we continue the transcript. Right now, no, yes. Okay, we've got yes, because I think there's a consequence. We're at yes at the moment. At the moment, yes. Okay, here we go. Sorry. But they're not being. Okay, so this is where we're at.
they're not being fucked over. The IDF...
Then they're not being fucked over. Okay. It's so funny when you hear his accent say fucked. Oh, they're not being fucked over. Let's hear that again, ladies.
Has been moving. Yes.
Right.
But they're not being fucked over.
It made me feel things. Not being fucked over. At the moment, yes. Right. Yes, but... Okay. Why are they not being fucked over? Okay.
The IDF has been moving through Gaza for 18 months. No Israeli soldier I have spoken to ever wanted to go and see the Gaza again.
Okay, so now it's coming back to people you spoke to. Has been moving through the Gaza for 18 months. No Israeli soldier I've spoken to ever wanted to go see the Gaza again. Nobody wanted to go back there. They were dragged back because of Hamas's actions. Okay. Vote in different. Okay, cool. Godzilla! Yeah, I usually bring up Godzilla completely, all the time. I'm going deeper underground. That's the only thing that I'll mention from Godzilla because I enjoyed, and I would get those Happy Meals, and you would get the little toy that goes. That's what I got. Great movie. Okay, there you go, I did it. And you didn't even have to super chat for that. She said the thing. Oh, Daisy! Fuck's sake, bro! Oh. You're such a killjoy. Dude! I said one thing and she decides she got to jump off. They're being lightly fingered. Oh my god, dildo. Having dildo and comment in the same chat is a great experience. Okay, where am I? I'm losing my mind.
Okay? Nobody wanted to go back. They were dragged back because of Hamas's actions. And if Hamas
wanted to go back, okay, they were dragged back because of Hamas's actions. Okay, and we have the repeats here as well. If Hamas, everything would have gone different. We've got that whole thing. Let's put a repeat here. The words are there. It's just hiding. And we will have you for repeat. Okay, everything would be different. But he does, guys. This time he does go, that's a hypothetical. Please tell me that's him who says it.
had acted differently or the Palestinians had voted in different people in to govern them, it would all be different. But again, that's a hypothetical.
Yay, he's the one that said it.
The reality.
Again, I don't think that's again, actually. Nobody ever stated it's a hypothetical, but I'm glad you did. But again, that's a hypothetical. Cool. Glad that we're just talking about a hypothetical because we have to deal with what's in front of us. I'm in agreement with you on this. So I will say true. True. How do we do things now? Because remember, we're in the fog of war. The fog. We're in the fog. So even the answer to hypotheticals is not necessarily something we can agree on anyway.
The reality of the war on the ground is that in this incredibly heavily built up area, with weaponry hidden everywhere, with soldiers, I've spoken to too many of them, they go in, you have a group of people coming out of a civilian building with their hands up, and from their midst come a bunch of Hamas terrorists firing at you in the hope. Okay, the hypothetical. So he's got the reality. So he's talking about what it's like there. I guess this is just not, he didn't frame this as this is my expert knowledge. It just comes out. We didn't get to this knowledge as I've seen it. Because remember, we had the whole argument yesterday of, have you been? And we were saying, well, it would be good if you just used your I've been knowledge and you helped us to understand what's going on. But we have come to it here because he's giving us the reality of it. The reality of the war on the ground is that in this incredibly heavy built up area with weaponry hidden everywhere, with soldiers, okay, everywhere, then he goes with soldiers who he's spoken to. Remember he's spoken to them. To too many of them, they go in. Okay. You have a group of people coming out of civilian building with their hands up from their midst. It's come a bunch of chip firing at you in the hope that what? The IDF will fire back at the civilians. Okay. Okay,
Okay, so it'll be so they're tempting the IDF. They're okay, so they're using the civilians as meat shields and all of that stuff, right?
Hope that the IDF will fire back at the civilians. Gadi Eisenkot, one of the
Okay, I'm going to put this in another spot because it's another one. Gadi, one of the members of the war cabinet in the early stages of the war, lost his own son and his nephew. Was killed in a firefight in Gaza because the Hamas terrorists were firing from a mosque. That was why. Died. The whole operating theater is hideous because of what is done to the Gaza region. Oh gosh, we've got a whole speech again.
members of the war cabinet in the early stages of the war, lost his own son and then his nephew. His nephew was killed in a firefight in Gaza because the Hamas terrorists were firing from a mosque. And that was why Gadi Eisenkot from the Israeli cabinet's nephew died. The whole operating theater is hideous because of what Hamas has done to the Gaza. The reason why Sinwar cropped up in Rafah.
Okay, then to the Gaza. So it's just this is bad. We got just more, I suppose, examples of what the war is like. And I don't know what Dave is supposed to do with these. I suppose Dave, what he could do is fire back with what happens to the Gazans. This is we're just trading atrocities here, which yeah. Then I'm like, oh, okay, both of these things absolutely suck.
Finally, the mastermind of October the 7th, one of the most brutal, sadistic psychopaths, to use an overrated term, you can ever imagine, in an Israeli prison, by the way, for having strangled Palestinians to death in the 2000s. But anyway, so we've got he just gotten all this knowledge there. You can ever imagine, by the way, anyway, what do we get from anyway? So the reason, yes, tell us the reason. The reason senior cops. Okay, I'm just going to copy paste a whole bunch of stuff and work on it as he says it. The reason why Sinwar crops up in Rafah late last year is because there was nowhere else for him to run because of the actions of the IDF to pursue the leadership of Hamas that was responsible for the 7th. Now.
Okay, that's good. Okay. That's good. He's giving victories. Here is a victory. The IDF took a leader down. Cool. Exactly. You said this earlier. You know, I'm gonna pin that tilde. Can't they settle this like men with a dance off? That you know, that is honestly. I'm hoping Dave gets to that point and explains it to them. It seems. You know what? It seems just as reasonable. Honestly. War is just that dumb. Okay. Can you imagine if that actually could work? If people would actually accept the result? But then it would be like, no, they would try and bribe the judges and kill the judges and all of this stuff. Okay.
Can all of Hamas...
I'm actually going to ask Grok that question. Doldo, could we imagine a scenario in which we solve world conflicts with dance-offs? What could go wrong? And like use history to use historical texts to predict what would happen, something like that. Okay. Can all Hamas be destroyed? Probably not. Can you make it? Probably not. Okay. Make it a fun? What?
Hamas be destroyed? Probably not. Can you make it Can you make it effectively impossible to function?
Okay. Yeah, not a fun. Sorry. Can you make it effectively impossible to function or incapable of functioning?
Or incapable of functioning? Unable to fire rockets and govern the Gaza? Yes.
Right, but it comes at the price tag of slaughter.
Yes. No. Yes, and it comes at the price tag of slaughtering. That's what he's saying. Yes. Yes, right. So we've got, but it comes at the price of tag of slaughtering tens of thousands of innocent people. So that is what we have from, whoopsie, from Dave. Okay. It's not Dave, actually. I mean, not that color, this color. Okay.
Slaughtering tens of thousands of innocent people.
No.
We've got, yeah, no. It comes at the, here. Oopsie, hold on. But it comes at, so these two are together, they're on at the same time. And then we've got a response. What do you have? Ah, copy paste.
No.
And you're accepting that price.
No.
And you're accepting that price. And you're accepting, hello, that price. And he's just, no.
Every single war of this kind.
So we'll put the no here, because he gets it in. Every single war of this kind is something I should hate. I agree.
Will include civilian casualties, and you and I will almost certainly disagree on the numbers.
Okay, you'll disagree on the numbers, okay?
I'm not claiming that the health ministry's numbers are perfect.
There will be.
Okay, so he isn't claiming that the health ministry's numbers are perfect, but yeah, it's kind of safe to say it's innocent people are dying. Eh? I want to be like Trump and be like, I want the killing to stop. It's bad. It's very bad. It's horrible.
Almost the best case analysis is
The health ministry numbers. Sorry. I'm just putting in accurate there. Okay, what's he going to say?
that one innocent Gazan has been killed for every. Be almost the best.
But there will almost certainly the best case scenario. Okay, the best case is, here we go, boys. This is what he says.
The best,
the health ministry's numbers are perfect.
There will be almost the best case.
He does say perfect. Sorry. Perfect. Oh, for fuck's sake! Cannot get the word perfect. Okay.
Analysis is that one innocent.
The best case analysis is that one innocent Gazan has been killed for every one terrorist. That's the best. Wow. Eesh. So he's okay with that. He's okay with that. Yeah. That's what he is okay with. He's okay with that ratio. Because you get to kill terrorists. Terrorists get to be dead.
Innocent Gazan has been killed for every one terrorist. That's the best case scenario you can hear. But that would be almost unparalleled in the laws of war, and it's not how the.
But that would be almost unparalleled in the laws of war. Don't know what you mean, but okay. But that would be almost unparalleled laws of war. Okay. Give us more.
The American or British militaries operate in terms of casualties to terrorist ratios.
Ugh, I hate it. It's so gross. Casualty to terrorist ratios. What's your ratio? You know, like people in corporate have ratios and things that they have to meet and targets and stuff. This is what they have in their meetings. How many terrorists did you kill? Yeah, but how many innocent people would died alongside? That people have to deal with that. Cool. I'll just sit here and do my nerdy thing and do my stream. I'm not interested in the grittiness of war. Thanks. Bye. And it's not how the American or British militaries operate in terms of casualties to terrorist ratios. Okay, cool. Now we have more information. He's just educating us all. That's all Douglas is doing here. Okay, more information. It's not really arguments.
But when we had the campaign against ISIS a decade ago, after ISIS's fighters had gone and massacred people at the Bataclan Theatre in Paris and so on, we used Turkish fighters, brilliant, brave fighters from the Peshmerga militias, to work on the ground. And the French and American and British air forces bombed like hell from the air. And we made
what? ISIS effectively touched wood 10 years later, operationally incapable in capital cities in Europe. Okay.
ISIS effectively, touch wood, 10 years later, operationally incapable in capital cities in Europe. Has ISIS as a whole gone away? No. They still have pockets in Syria and in Iraq. But we stopped them.
Okay, so in cities, later operating capital cities, how Europe, so you're just comparing to ISIS what we did in Europe. Has ISIS as a whole gone away? No. Okay, let me just go in here. Okay, has ISIS gone away? No, they still have pockets in Syria and in Iraq, but we stopped them from being able to do what they most desired to do. Okay.
From being able to do what they most desired to do. And the same is possible with Hamas. Will they be replaced by some other group? Again, then we get to one of the crucial decision points for the Palestinian people. Is it inevitable that they constantly have to elect people who want to annihilate their neighbors? Or will there ever be a generation that can find a way to live in peace with their neighbors?
Okay, so he's still blaming it on them because they voted in. But it's like they're still Hamas though. And we also had the previous argument that Dave gave about the way he felt about the elections, which you didn't really go into. The same is possible with Hamas. Okay, so he's comparing the two solutions. Okay, they just he's like, kill them all. But that also means it's Minesweeper. We're going to end up killing a whole area around. They'd be replaced by some other group again. Then we get to one of the crucial decision points for Palestinian people. Is it okay? So Palestinian people then have to choose better leaders, apparently, and that'll be fine. That'll be as simple as an election. They constantly have to elect people who want to annihilate their neighbors, or will there ever be a generation that can find a way to live in peace with their neighbors? Okay. I agree.
I agree. Most people don't like being bombed. In fact, nobody does.
Wow.
But if the people, the Palestinians in Gaza, can find it within themselves to realize.
So he's still blaming just them. Can find it within. So he is confounding Palestinians. He's putting Palestinians and Hamas together. There's little distinction in his mind because they are responsible for Hamas. So therefore, that's it. They have to deal with the consequences. In Gaza, can find it within themselves to realize the thing they asked for in the elections is the thing that has destroyed the area they live in. Okay. Okay, so now he's giving another very moving speech.
The thing they asked for in the elections is the thing that has destroyed the area they live in. And like that brave young man 2 weeks ago in Gaza who rose up against Hamas and was identified by the people who remain in Hamas and was tortured and then his body thrown on his parents' doorstep in the Gaza. And the parents started the family, the clan started a bit of a...
Palser is a believer. He had pet iguanas, one of them named Godzilla. I thought this should be public knowledge. Spread the word of Godzilla. We need pictures of Pal's Godzilla. Okay. How do you land up when you say Godzilla? Like it's a long name for a lizard. When I had a lizard, his like Gordon had a lizard and his lizard's name was Ammo. Mine was Mango. Like that's it. Godzilla. It's too many. Like, do you call it Zilla? Goddy? Okay. Like the brave young man 2 weeks ago in Gaza who rose up, so we also go into more emotional imagery, and was tortured, then his body thrown on his parents' doorsteps. The Gaza and the parents started a family. The parents started a family.
Gaza and the parents started the family, the clan started a bit of a war against Hamas, but that's how...
Okay, the family. And the parents started a... Okay, so these are Palestinians, right? Started a bit of war against Hamas. But that's how Hamas treats its people. How Hamas treats Palestinian dissidents. But if they were... That's the thing. If that's how Hamas treats its dissidents, are they really going to be able to vote in a different leader? Okay, but if there were more people like the young man, and of course, as we all know, the history of the totalitarian running societies is they're very successful. Okay,
that's how Hamas treats Palestinian dissidents. But if there were more people like that young man, and of course, as we all know, the history of totalitarian and terrorist groups running societies is they're very successful and they stay in power because they're willing to torture and use violence and much more. It's a horrible thing you have to contend with. But if more people like that young man had come about in Gaza in the last 18 months or before, yes, it would all be different.
Okay, so he wants more Palestinians to fight the fight Hamas. Willing to torture, it's a horrible thing you have to contend with. Okay. But if more people like the young man had come about in Gaza in the last 18 months or before, yes, it would all be different. This all be different phrase comes in again. All be different. Comes along again. Would all be different. What? We would all be in peace and harmony. Is that what would be happening? Gosh, he's spoken a lot, hasn't he? If more people like that young man have come in Gaza today, so we need more of that. It would all be different. Oh yes, if they could avoid a terrorist group that invades their neighbors and fires rockets at their neighbors, yes, it could all be different. Okay, we're doing it again. Another one. It could all be different tomorrow. Okay. And I'll tell you, sorry again, there is not a person living by the Gaza in south of Israel who does not dream of the day that such a generation of Palestinians emerges. Okay, so we've had that's his speech again. And again, when I say his speech, it's not me disparaging what he has to say. It's just that it's falling on deaf ears in this context anyway, because he is just saying the same ideas. He's not engaging with the opposition's ideas. Instead, he wants to focus on his, which I can understand. He wants to just make sure that this message is repeated and repeated and repeated. These stories are brought out, and then people will go in and they will fact check him and maybe have a bit more of an idea of, okay, things are there, there is a difference between Hamas and Palestine, and innocent people are dying, and I don't know, he just hopes people have a better view of this whole situation. But now I think Dave responds. Okay, the things there are okay.
And if they could avoid electing a terrorist group that invades their neighbors and fires rockets at their neighbors, yes, it could all be different. It could all be different tomorrow. And I'll tell you, sorry, again, there is not a person living by the Gaza in the south of Israel who does not dream of the day that such a generation of Palestinians emerges.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Like, okay, amen. Yeah. And then what do we get? We get like such a yeah from Dave. It's like, okay, cool, because he's not being moved by your speeches, boy. So what did he say? Okay, a few things here. Okay, let's see. What does he respond? Does he respond to anything Douglas has said?
I think that okay, a few things here on Syria there, because it is true.
Okay, so he goes back on Syria. Okay, so we're going back to Syria. So because there's always this long speech, this is how far back we have to go when we have something to quibble with, because we didn't interrupt, I suppose. That's a good thing. So the Syria part, where he talks about Syria. Where is it? We're over here somewhere? Where does he speak about Syria? First of all, your characterization is thought is horrible. No? No, this is a while back. This is before we... It's where I have Creamage's note. Really bad guy. Meow. Hold on. Yeah, this over here. He's referring all the way back to that. So all of this that you said is being ignored so that he could respond to this. Not floating topics. Responding. Okay. I just came in to derail the conversation with my big lizard propaganda. I will diminish and go to bed and remain common people. Good night, common people. Go sleep. Thank you for derailing. Go deeper underground and enjoy your Godzilla dreams. Lay some eggs, etc. Borrowed my really cool Slave 1 action figure and never gave it back. Oh no, Pal! Pal has unlocked a horrible memory, it seems. Okay, let's go back. So we had all of that speech, but he wasn't really listening. We're going back, so he's thought of his response for the bit on Syria, okay? Because now we're just trying to score points on each other. Okay. Okay, a few things there. Syria, because it's true.
True. I mean, I think so. Okay, so John Brennan and Barack Obama, the head of the CIA and of course the former president of the United States of America, had a policy of committing literal treason before they ended up accusing Donald Trump of treason, which was all bullshit. But they had a policy of committing literal treason by funding Al-Qaeda and ISIS in the Syrian civil war, poured billions of dollars and tons of weapons into that conflict. When Donald Trump, now it is true, by the way, that you are correct that like there certainly were. This
is going to be tough. Okay, this is tough. Okay, I mean, I can't blame him. It's not like Douglas does it. Like Douglas also does long speeches, but this is all over the place. And this, like I said yesterday, this is like if you were trying to follow something I was trying to say. Okay, I make points, but yes, it's difficult to get to them. Okay. Oh, Syria there because it's true. I mean, okay. So we don't. This whole point here, we just know that he's talking about Syria. So let's just go on Syria. Okay. John Brennan, Barack Obama, the head of the CIA, and of course the former president of the United States of America, had a policy of committing literal treason before they ended up accusing Donald Trump of treason. And then we have to go, which was, let's put it over here, which was bullshit, was all bullshit. Okay. But they had a policy. Okay, cool. So we have to go into this, but they had a policy of committing literal treason. So by funding Al Qaeda and ISIS in the Syrian civil war. Okay, they poured billions of dollars and tons of weapons into that conflict when and into that conflict. Then we have a separate block, I suppose, when Donald Trump, oopsie. Okay, so we got that there. Oopsie, oh fuck's sake. Okay, next. When Donald Trump. Okay, what are we doing with Donald Trump now? You were talking about ISIS and then what's happening?
Military actions taken against ISIS after they invaded. That like there's certain that conflict. When Donald Trump, now it is true, by the way, that you are correct that like there certainly were military actions taken against ISIS.
Okay, so I'll just take out of it. Now, it is true, by the way, that you were correct that like there certainly were military actions taken against ISIS after they invaded Iraq, invaded Iraq, which was not supposed to be part of the plan. Okay.
After they invaded Iraq, which was not supposed to be part of the plan. There was also a lot of military actions taken by Vladimir Putin against ISIS after he came in on Assad's request, as you know. In 2017, when Donald Trump came in, one of the best things. Okay,
so we've got this. You're giving me a history lesson. I'm very interested, but I'm also just like fitting it in is difficult. But we got to let him cook, right? We got to let him cook. He's explaining all of these things, and this is going to make a greater point. Okay, next. In 2017, when Donald Trump came in. So what we have so far is, okay, the US supported ISIS in Syria. Okay, just according to what he's saying there. And then we had Russia also taking part. Now, what's the next point?
Things Donald Trump ever did, he cut off the CIA program to fund the anti-Assad rebels, and this was also a big part of what ended up like taking the the energy out of ISIS. Also,
okay, well, don't also. Hold your horses. Okay, that took it out of ISIS. So he's saying we didn't blast. All of this is a an argument against, well, not really against, or like adding to how Douglas described the war in Syria, or not the war in Syria, sorry, the beating of ISIS, I suppose. This is him adding more nuance to the beating of ISIS. Let me just put that here. Is to Douglas of how somewhat beaten. Okay, so that's all. That's why he's bringing it up. It's not just, hey, look, I have information, I know how to do the thing. Okay,
I think there was a lot of good reporting that just they turned enough people on the ground against them. They were
okay in 2017. Okay, so that's what he's trying to. That's the alternative, is turning the people on the ground. Now, it's true, by the way, that you're correct that so many likes, that there certainly were military actions taken against ISIS after they invaded Iraq, which was not to be so put. Okay, there was also a part of military action taken by Vladimir Putin. Okay, In 2017, when Donald Trump came in, one of the best things Donald Trump ever did was he cut off the CIA program to fund the anti-Assad rebels. And that was also okay, so he's giving me more reasons. Cool, fine, I'm understanding. Now what? The also, let's go to your also. What's your also?
Or even just too radical and just people ended up hating them. They turned enough people on, the energy out of ISIS. Also, I think there was a lot of good reporting that just they turned enough people on the ground against them. They were even just too radical and just people ended up hating them.
Okay. Good reporting that they turned enough people on the ground against them. They were even just too radical and just people have ended up hating them. Okay. So they can turn it. They themselves, the terrorists. This is an example of terrorists turning people against them. Okay, this is it. Except terrorists don't. If you don't listen, then they'll just fucking kill you until you do.
It is true that they receded for quite a while, although the former emir of Al-Qaeda, al-Jilani, is now ruling Syria, which does not seem like a great deal or something that people in America should support.
Okay, should support. Okay, we're talking about Syria. We're still talking about Syria. Uh-huh. Okay, here we go. We've still got this. I think it's now it really is becoming, look what I know. Because I want you to get to the point of sharing this information. You've got to talk about what it means, not just share it. Okay? If anything, just for me.
The true enemy of the American people, Al-Qaeda, now being in charge of Syria. I think that, it's easy to talk about how, like,
Let me take this out. The true enemy of people are kind of in charge of Syria. Cool. That's something that Americans should be upset about. Cool. I'm with you on that. Cool. Now what's next? I think you should know it's okay.
If the Palestinians had done this different, then maybe things would have worked out different. But I just think, again, when you look at things, when you say, which essentially I think is your point here, right? Which, I mean, I tried to push you on this, but you're saying, look, we can degrade Hamas.
But I just think, listen to how far he has to go. This is, oh my God, it's like actually listening to myself. Listen to him. It takes him like 10, 15 words to get to the beginning of his sentence. I'm sorry, bro. We are afflicted in the same manner. I'm sorry.
I mean, you look at things would have worked out different. It's easy to talk about how, like, if the Palestinians had done this different, then maybe things would have worked out different. But I just think, again, when you look at things, when you say, which essentially I think
when you look at things, when you say, which is, oh shit,
is your point here, right? Which, I mean, I tried to push you on this, but you're saying, look, we can degrade Hamas, but
okay, so we get there eventually. I tried to push you on this, blah blah blah. All of this is like, okay, italics. But you're saying, look, we can degrade Hamas, but the cost of that is going to be slaughtering a whole bunch of people. Slaughtering.
the cost of that is going to be slaughtering a whole bunch of people.
Not slaughtering, it's war.
It's not slaughtering, it's war, he says. Okay. Ooh, that's interesting. It's not slaughtering, it's war. Ah. It's, wow. I don't know what you mean by that. Let's see. It's not slaughtering. That's. I suppose that's quite a down to earth, a very realistic way of looking at it. It's just, listen, this is war. This happens in war. We've gone beyond. We've gone beyond the ability to do the best. We are now in war. Slaughter is inevitable. So that's why we'll just call it war. Okay. Let's see. The cost that is going to be slaughtered, a whole bunch of people. Okay. They're not being slaughtered, they're being killed. What's this?
Okay, I think you're slaughtering a whole bunch of
Not
people.
slaughtering, it's war.
Okay, I think you're okay. They're not being.
He was about to swear him. Honestly, I think you're. What do you think he was gonna say, chat? Me personally, I blame the fog. I do too. I blame the fog and Daisy. Don't tell Gordon. But yeah, they're not being slaughtered. What do you think Dave was gonna say? I think you're fucking with me, or did he say I think you're fucking crazy, or was he gonna say I think you're talking shit, or I think you're being facetious? What would he have said over here? Predictions in the chat. I think you're okay. He said, okay, I think you're, and then he paused, and then he said, okay. Then he said, you know what? Let's abandon whatever I was gonna say. And he said, they're not being slaughtered, they're being killed.
Slaughtered? They're being killed. Okay, whatever word
Whatever word you want.
Being
you want to
killed
use.
in a brutal war.
The word you want to use. Like it's a silly thing to talk about. It's like now you're going semantics, but okay. And he goes, what? They are being killed. Being killed in a brutal war started by Hamas. Yes, that is his main point here. They started it, that's the point. I think that Dave is beyond who started this. I should at least hope so, that's why he's like this, not because he's just like hates Israel. That's it. Because that's a very lame excuse. Sorry for you. Wrong blue. Started by Hamas. They're being slaughtered for being killed, whatever word you want to use. This is silly.
Or started by Hamas. Yes.
Yes, it's babies and little kids screaming out for help under rubble, and no help is coming. They sit there under the rubble until they die. That is the level of human suffering that's being inflicted. And if you want,
wow, okay. Now we've got the atrocities Olympics here. We have to really just my atrocities, your atrocities, and for me, I'm just like, oh my god, it's all atrocious. Haha. I hate it all. Okay. It's babies. It's babies and little kids screaming out for help under the rubble, and no help is coming. Oof. They sit there under the rubble until they die. That is the level of human suffering that's being inflicted.
want to say, well, listen, that's a price that I'm willing to pay to try to degrade Hamas, even though you yourself recognize that we can't totally eliminate them, but we could maybe degrade them or maybe take them down a peg. No. And the price for that is these babies being tortured to death, essentially, whatever you want to call it.
Down a peg, and the price of that, okay, whatever you want to call it. My question is, what is the answer? Is it like trying to propagandize against Hamas on the ground? Because Hamas is going to kill you. It's going to kill you. I don't think it's as simple as it's either or. I'm sad. I'm sad that it's not that simple. I'm sorry it isn't.
Okay, but from the other side,
he just shakes his head. Whatever you want to call it. What do we have a new? Well, okay, but from the other side of that story, okay, which is obviously what we know. What Douglas is not comfortable with is the other side of the story. Okay, as in the Palestinian side of the story. We must focus on the Israeli one.
Of that story. Like if there's like, I got little kids. I don't know if you have kids. I know you have kids, Joe. If anybody ever was saying to me that like my kids were the acceptable price for this policy that we want to put into place, I'm saying I don't think there's any scenario, Douglas, where there would be any time where you would accept Israeli kids dying like that as an acceptable price for a policy that you're going to be advocating for.
To be advocating for, okay? This is just all, he does not agree with the way it's happening. He does not agree with the way it's happening, and that's the problem. That's his problem with it. He doesn't, he doesn't accept the price, okay? He does not accept the same price as Douglas would, okay? But now he also is bringing up I still don't know what Dave's resolution is. Me too. I don't know what his solution, what he wants. I just know that he's very upset about how it is going, and that's fine. But we need to go beyond this. But at the moment, we are being we are just being stopped by this fight between them, saying who is suffering more. We're not getting past it.
First of all,
in order for us to talk about what is the option, what's the deeper argument behind what he's saying here. Okay, so this is let me just make a note that he brings up the referring to David Douglas's selective empathy by saying he wouldn't accept Israeli lives. Okay, as a price. Okay, cool. So do we have anything? We're circling, we're repeating. These are repeats. Okay, basically the same. I'm also going to put a play button here but I understand we're repeating these because this is about getting the message out. Okay.
Again, go back to the what is actually happening. There is no desire or aim by the IAF or the IDF to go into Gaza and kill women and children.
Well, they're doing it though.
Hang on.
But they are doing it though. Okay. There is no desire, but it's he's basically saying they're being forced into it by Hamas, I suppose, is what he's going to say. And women and children. So they're not going in with the intent. So this is his response. Okay, his response is here. Okay, but they're doing it though. So he's going to say, hang on. He's not done. I want another speech. Oh my gosh. We're like but almost halfway. Come on.
There is no desire for that. Does it happen collaterally? Certainly.
There's no desire for that, but it happens collaterally. Okay. They're doing it though. Hang on. There is no desire for it. Does it happen collaterally? Certainly. Okay.
And that is one of the very ugly rules of war and things that happens in war. And it's another of the reasons why it's almost like you shouldn't start a war and hide your rockets and your terrorists inside civilian buildings.
Yeah, but
okay, so he's saying it's almost like you shouldn't start the war. So again, so it's almost like they started it, therefore. There is no desire that one does for it. That does for that. Does it happen? Collaterally, certainly. And that is one of the very ugly rules of war and war, and that happens in war, okay? One of the things that happens in war, sorry. It's another one of the reasons why it's almost like you shouldn't start a war and hide your rockets in your terrorists. That's what I mean. You've made this point a lot of times. I agree. That's why it's going to get a play button. Okay, we get a play button because we've made this point several times. So it's kind of like, but it has started, so we kind of have to. In my opinion, Douglas is saying remove Hamas and most of the problems should go away, resulting, I suppose, in peace. And Dave's is death bad, don't do anything, all good. Yeah, that's, and I've said this, Creamage, because he hasn't said more, this is what we're going to do. We're going to fill in and say, is this what your argument is? Death bad. Like, what are you expecting then? Do we open everything up? Say, you know what, we're all good. We're good. You do what you do, you boys. And you step outside, and then maybe you send in some missionaries, right? Missionaries that go and explain what to the people why Hamas is bad. And those missionaries get strung up. Like, I'm just trying to figure out what he thinks, because I'm coming to this conclusion that yeah, it's all fucking shit, and the only way it seems like mutually assured destruction is the only way these things fucking end. Kitty, read my solution. Oh, okay, Dildo, where you at? Where is it? Sorry, it's very difficult. Let me just open this. It's very difficult. None of them want to hear my solution. Use all the money to start a worldwide campaign or call anyone who joins Hamas gay. This will cease to exist in a couple of years. Yeah, okay. So if you say, oh, do you instead of a death cult, you just like, you joined the gay cult? Did you join the gay cult? Wow, they'll just find another name. They'll rebrand. But it is still a good idea. You have to make an argument, otherwise I'll sub in what you want me to make. What you want me to make jelly terracotta soldiers. Exactly. Yeah, so I'm understanding at least Douglas has an idea of what he wants. Okay, remove Hamas. He's saying yes, the collateral damage is horrible, but he blames it all on Hamas anyway, because that's the nature of war. It's uncomfortable. I hate it. But there's nothing I can do about it, and that seems to be the most realistic thing. So it seems like his ideas line up with reality. Okay, seems like everybody sucks in war. But because everybody sucks, when one person stops warring, the other person doesn't stop. That's not usually how that works. Jelly bellies, jelly babies, jelly beans. Jelly bellies? What are jelly bellies? You guys listen, guys, we are so close to the end here, and you guys are fucking talking about candy and all this shit. I'm trying so hard. Okay, let's go. You go back here in your slot. Chat. Oh, I can't find the block. Come on. It doesn't know where it wants to go anymore. There we go. Okay. There. And where's StreamYard? We've lost StreamYard. No. Not you. There you are, StreamYard. Come here. Okay, I can see you guys again. You need jelly belly. Stop it! But although partly saved faith in that, at least half the particular class wasn't buying it. On the other hand, some students... Okay, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm going to continue my silly diagram because I have to finish it because of the sunken cost fallacy. Thank you.
Hang on.
You've made this point a lot of times, but okay.
Well,
You've made this point a lot of times. We know this. We know this. But you know what? I guess you have to start pointing it out. You've made this point a lot of times, but okay. I could probably count it for you. I think it's about 4. Excuse me. Yawned in your faces. Daisy, you sit all the way on the other side. You sit all the way on the other side of the desk. Because I'm just too lively, I suppose. Okay. Yeah.
Because there is no
It clearly can't be made enough, he says. Okay.
But okay.
Well, it clearly can't be made enough.
Yes, clearly. That's why you're making it so often. Okay. Because there's no intention on the Israeli side, death of non-combatants. Okay, cool. So let's just clean this up, put it in a block, clean it up.
Because there is no intention on the Israeli side to cause the death of non-combatants.
Oh, come on. I mean,
Hang on.
listen.
Okay, so he just goes, oh, come on. That's his argument at the moment. There is no. So he says there is no. Isn't he a. Okay, but if he's a representative, he's going to make them sound the best, isn't he? Okay. I mean, what you think. Oh, come on. Let's see who speaks next.
What you
Okay.
think? You think? Why do you think?
Okay. What do you think? Why do you think? Why do you think the Israelis would want to go and kill children in Gaza?
Think the Israelis would want to go and kill children in Gaza?
Listen, let me just, how about I say it like this, okay? And
okay, they want to. So, but they are. I think he doesn't care whether there's intention or not. It's that they are. They are, therefore there is intention. That's it. Move the neck. You. It's not my intention to be hit on by so many pretty women. But then they yawn in your face. Is that what happens? I'm kidding. I just yawned. Ow. Okay. It's tough work sitting here. Oh, the horror, Lucy. Stay strong. Yeah, Lucy's got to really deal with being hit on. It's a horrible, horrible state of affairs. We'll pray for you. What do you think? Why do you think the Israelis would want to kill children in Gaza? Why would they? Okay. Listen, let me just. Okay, that's it.
by the way, when I say it like this, I'm not claiming that disputes between nations are the same as handling dispute domestically. I'm just saying on the idea of intentionality or who wants to do this or whatever. Look, even if you had the right, let's say somebody broke onto your property and killed some of your family members and you want to go kill this guy. If he goes back to his apartment building and you know that there's women and children in that apartment building, and so your move is to blow up the building, what you would be charged with is murder in the first degree. Cold-blooded, premeditated, intentional murder. And you could sit there and tell the judge, I didn't want to kill all those people. Why would I want to kill all of those people? I just had to kill that one guy. But that's bullshit. That's not what counts. You did it intentionally. You dropped a bomb knowing that there were women and children in that building. You're taking an action knowing that these innocent people are going to die. Then that is by definition intentional. And you could sit here and talk about, and
yeah, that is his problem. That is the problem that he has, because he's like, no, do you think they want to? It's like, oh, they're doing it anyway. This is his argument explaining why there is intention, even or the fact that they do it requires intention. That they glaze over it. So yeah, it's so whether you say they're happy or maybe they're not happy to do it, but they still do it. That's maybe as far as we can go. How about I say it like this? When I say it like this, I'm not claiming that I'm dispute between nations. So he also posits this before. How about I say it like this? And when I say it like this, I'm not claiming that disputes between nations are the same as handling disputes domestically. But I think you are. You're saying that is it, but you're going to phrase it this way anyway. I'm just saying on the idea of intentionality, okay? Intentionality. or who wants to do this, or whatever. Okay, so he gives us the example. If you had the rights, let's say if somebody broke into your, okay, let's onto your thing. Barking does count as singing, does it? Who said so? Your property and killing, okay? Explains this whole thing. Does use an analogy though, so says he's not making this comparison, but he does make the comparison. So let's see. Basically, warning against arguing against the comparison he's making. Okay. And then we have his comparison that he makes. If you had the rights, let's say, okay, so he explains that. Let's say somebody broke into your house, so you have this one guy you want to kill, and it's the minesweeper thing. You want to kill this one guy, but then you're going to end up blowing everyone else up around them. Okay, I just need to punctuate this. Somebody broke onto your property and killed some of your family members, and you want to kill this guy. If he goes back to his apartment where he's got but he's an asshole for going back to his apartment where the woman and the children are. Let's also remember that. And so you have to blow up the building. You don't really have to, but yes. What you should be charged with is murder in the first degree, cold-blooded, premeditated, intentional murder. Okay. Tell the judge, I didn't want to kill any of those people. I didn't want to kill all of those people. I didn't want to kill them. They're collateral damage. Just had to kill that one guy. That's bullshit. That's not what counts. You did it intentionally. You dropped a bomb knowing that there were women and children in the building. You're taking an action knowing that these innocent people are going to die. Then it's by definition intentional. Okay? You know it. You don't refrain from it. You have the intention. I dislike Dave so much. I dislike both of them.
And it is true. There have been documented cases of Hamas placing missiles in mosques and in schools and things.
Okay, there have been. Okay, cool. So we are going to say they're also bad. Intentional. And you could sit here and talk about, and it's true, there have been documented cases of Hamas placing missiles. So yes, that is what he's talking about. Yes, that is an additional. What do we do with this? What do we do with this information? This makes me also hate them. What are we supposed to do? It's almost like both sides of war do things, and I hate both things. And you could sit here and talk about it, and it's true. There have been documented cases of placing missiles in mosques and in schools and things like that. But when you look at the aerial footage of God, that doesn't describe every single strike that Israel is committing, that Israel has launched. Okay. Okay, so Israel has killed civilians on purpose, is what he is saying.
Like that. But when you look at the aerial footage of Gaza, that does not describe every single strike that Israel has launched. There have been tons of bombs dropped where it's simply, and we have very good reporting on this, where they've literally just have information that they believe with some degree of certainty that a couple of Hamas militants are in this building And so they blow up the building. That is intentionally murdering innocent people. And if you're going to advocate for this war, I don't see how you can do it without saying that, like, at least bite the bullet that Madeleine Albright did when she was asked, we've played this clip on the show before, when she's point blank asked about the sanctions on Iraq and our 500,000 children, is that price acceptable? And she said, yes, we believe.
Wow, yeah, that I suppose at least, yeah, okay, fine. Bite the bullet is what he's saying. Say, you know what? Hamas is that evil. Hamas is that evil. These people are not dying in vain, actually. They have sacrificed. But he also blames them for not taking enough action. Who's worse, the person that uses the human shield or the person that doesn't care? Interesting. Yeah. If you murder a man, it's a crime. If you murder a man, it's a crime. If state murders millions, it's a statistic. Comrade Stalin. Yes. Oh, you know who also sang that? Marilyn Manson. Yeah. Talk about it, and it's true. There have been documented cases of Hamas placing missiles in schools at the aerial footage. But yeah, what do you do? What do you do if there's the human shield? That's it. You're fucked. They use your goodness against you. But I guess you get to be good, and you get to stay good. You get to die good, which, yeah, I guess it's better. Do you want to be the guy that just says fuck it? But this is all. I suppose Dave is saying, be that guy then. Just own it though. Own it then. Be the person who doesn't care, and say so. Or say, I care, but not enough to not do it. Which sounds a bit like what people would the position they'd be in. And war puts you in that position. It does. It doesn't. I don't know what I would do. That's all I'm saying. You don't punch a criminal holding a baby through the baby. Bilbo. Shoot the hostage, Officer Jack. Yeah. Oh, I don't know where that's from, but yes, you shoot the officer. Is basically shoot the hostage. Yeah. It's like, now what? Now what you gonna do? Okay. It's from Speed. Okay. Geez, I was like 5 when that came out. Okay. The look at the aerial footage of Gaza. It does not describe every single strike that Israel has launched. Okay, I've got to do that. There have been tons of bombs dropped there, where it's simply, we have very good reporting on this, that they have literally just have information to believe with some certainty. Sorry, just want to put this here. That believe some degree of certainty that in the building. And so they blow up a building. So look, Douglas has had his emotional speeches where he explains how horrific the war is. Here is Dave giving a horrific speech too. And so they blow up the building that is intentionally murdering innocent people. And if you're going to advocate for this war, I don't see how you can do it without saying that, like, at least bite the bullet. Okay, so then he gives us the example with a different war and a different person, but he's like, do it like this, say this. Maureen Albright did when she was asked back. We've played this clip on the show before, when she's point blank asked about their sanctions on Iraq, if whether 500,000 children is the price, is that the price she is okay to pay? That is acceptable? She said yes. The price is acceptable. Yeesh. I guess bite your bullets and maybe you'll get some respect along with the hate. I don't know.
Believe that price is acceptable. You're saying if you're going to support this war, you know this is the price of it. So why can't you just say, yes, that price is acceptable? Because then we could have a real conversation about why the other side is going to look at you like a monster.
Okay, then we can have a conversation about why the other side is going to look at you like a monster. Okay. But then I want to have the conversation about if I do then just not do anything, what happens? they're still going to look at me like a monster. That is the problem that we have here as well. We're forgetting this horrible circle that war is. That it's just if we just fuck ourselves up because it's already started. So yeah, if you're going to support this war, and that's again we continuing with the you support this war instead of you support Israel, you support this war. If you support this war, that's how we characterizing it. We say that is why you can't just say yes, that price is acceptable. Then, because then we could have a real conversation about why the other side is going to look at you like a monster. And this is the other side. Apparently, Dave is not the other side. Mm-hmm.
Because first of all, I don't agree with any of the characterization you make. Any of it.
Okay.
Okay. First, he disagrees with the characterization he makes. Any of it. Okay. Tell us how you disagree. We need this. Because first of all, I disagree. I don't know what you mean by characterization. I disagree with everything you just said. Now you're going to have to explain why, though. That's how this works. Okay.
You say that the Israelis get some information as if this is
okay. So he's going first. The Israelis get some information. You say the Israelis get some information as if this is like what they're making it up, or you think the Israeli want to drop a bomb. Okay, so he's going to this point. So he goes over here to this reasonable thing of certainty, which was all the way over here. Where is it even? Oh, it is over here somewhere. Acceptable price for a policy. Yeah, this over here. Oh, he did actually take that one. He's not going that far. Whoopsie. Okay, he's responding to this. This is the characterization. Response to. Okay, we've got that. Okay, what are we going to do with this information? What did he say?
What? They're making it up? Or you think the Israelis
No, I didn't say
want to drop a bomb? Or no,
they're making it up, or they want to drop a bomb. Get some information as if like what they're making it up. So he's saying, are you accusing him of? They're just making it up. If their information is not good enough, is kind of that's what I get. Dave is saying, if both sides don't accept Jesus, that's cool, but they could use some of his teachings generally to break out of the cycle. Just be like, hey guys, have you heard about Jesus? That'll calm them down. That'll make them peaceful. Yeah. I love it, pal. I'm also Christian, so I get what you learn. Like, hey guys, can we settle down and just come to the Lord, please? Have you heard about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ? Oh my God. That's how it is. But isn't look, I'm only in like the beginning of the Bible, going through it chronologically. So I'm only on Job. And but yeah, just some of the daily verses that I've gone over. Like, isn't it? Yeah, we're gonna Jesus will come again, and it will be in Israel. So maybe that is how this whole thing ends. Jesus comes down from the sky and condemns everyone and whatever. We get the rapture. I'm very far from Revelations, guys. I'm doing it that you read the Bible in a year. So I'm only 10 days in. So, but yeah. Anyway.
They act on information about where the terrorists are, just like they act on information of where the hostages are.
Okay. We're getting into the mini bits of this. Kitty, move your limbs. I've got my step machine underneath my desk, boys. So if I'm going like this, it's because I'm pumping. Okay. Get some information. Is that what they're making up for? I think it's going to drop a bomb. No. As if it's like what they're making it up. Or you think the Israelis want to drop on? No. Okay. They act on. Good Lord. It's. You know there are churches in Gaza, right? We're being facetious. We're like, yes, if Jesus, if it was just everyone was Christian there, then it would be fine. We're making jokes, Mark. Step machine. I know there's a dildo under there. It isn't. It's a step machine. I swear it. It's not whatever happens. Yeah, it's nuts. Whatever does happen, Revelations is nuts. Okay, they act on. Sorry, I have to change information about where the chairs are, just like this. So let's go to copy paste.
Secondly, when you talk about the destruction of the Gaza, something you
okay, when where the terrorists are, just like they act on information of where the hostages are. Okay, so it's like that's as close as they can get. It's as good as they can get. Cool. Okay, but that was just, I don't know. That's not much of an argument there. But okay, he addressed it. I guess you can say he addressed it. He said he basically is just saying their information is as good as, excuse me, as good as it can get. He's saying so doesn't matter. Okay, there's that. Secondly, when you talk about, okay,
probably haven't realized, but is
praying for peace. Absolutely. You know what, Mark? That is actually that's a really just that, having that message is better than the whole discussion. Actually,
is one of the reasons why the destruction looks
like, because it is literally all we can fucking do.
So bad, and is one of the reasons why the destruction looks so bad and is so bad, is because when the IDF were clearing the areas that they'd asked the civilian population to leave and were going house to house, and it isn't just stories here or stories.
That's not much of an argument. There is a succinct way to describe this whole debate. No, there were arguments brought, but not many actually. There actually have not been that many new ones in a while. And now we get into little details, and I call it quibbling. But like the broader arguments are really what everybody's going to take away from it. I guess then they'll fact check, and yeah, they won't just take broader arguments. I'm wrong.
Is there? It's every season asked the civilian, is because when the IDF were so bad and is so bad, is because when the IDF were clearing the areas that they'd asked the civilian population to leave and were going house to house, and it isn't just stories here or stories there. It's every second or third house in Gaza that has either munitions or tunnel entrances. Every second or third house.
This is not the odd case, okay? I guess he's explaining how just infiltrated everything is, and this is this goes back to his point where he's saying, when he's saying that they built everything in order to thwart the Israelis' antics.
Not the odd case. One of the things that everybody who has been there knows is that you go into a
Oh, everybody who's been there. Okay, we're going to get back to that. That's not a good place to do. Don't say one that don't bring that up. Don't say everybody who's been there. Just say there's this, and then they can say, oh, well, they can then argue with you about it, and you can say, no, I've been there and I've seen it. Don't say everybody who's been there. Don't do that. You're not reading the room. So I'll just put this in here and just be like, everybody who's been there doesn't go down well in the present context. He's setting himself up as elitist. Much better if he just refers to what is there. That's it. Just refer to it. If they ask you questions of how do you know, then you can be like, I've been there, bitch. That's it. You go, you wait for them to say, how do you know? And you say, I've been there. Do that. What's up, Huss? You're a top-notch quibbler? All right. Don't quibble with me, then. I'm a bottom-notch quibbler. Okay. No, actually, I'm going to quibble lots on all things. Okay, let's defragment this. Talk about the destruction of Gaza. Something that you probably haven't realized is one of the reasons why the traction looks so bad is so bad is because when the IDF were clearing the areas that they'd asked the civilian population to leave, we're going house to house, and it isn't just stories here or stories there. It's every second or third house in Gaza that has either munitions or tunnel entrances. Okay, entrances. So we go every second or third house. This is not the odd case. One of the things that everybody who has been there knows. Stop it. Is that you're going into a mosque and you know there will be either rockets or tunnel entrances.
Mosque, and you know there will be either rockets and or tunnel entrances. You go into a hospital and you know that there will be grenades or tunnel entrances or dungeons or whatever. Just on a lighter note, early in the conflict when the Shifa...
Oh no, don't do this. Don't do this, Douglas. And he goes on a lighter note. Why? Because he's just like, no, I need to bring in my anecdote. Fuck off now. You're telling us the details. You're telling us what you know because you've been there. Like, and what where are we going? Where are we going? Tell us about, also just on a lighter note. I guess we're being entertaining, I guess.
Complex, which is used as a Hamas headquarters and has also been used as a hospital. But even in 2014, the BBC said this is where Hamas are operating from. When that was shown by the Israelis to have massive weapons stores in the tunnels and cellars underneath it, they had grenades, RPGs, Kalashnikovs, and the BBC's chief Middle East correspondent was asked live on air, why would these things be in a hospital? And Jeremy Bowen said, well, it's perfectly possible because there's a lot of, guns in the Middle East. It's perfectly possible the security department of the hospital had the Kalashnikovs. I said, yeah, and did the grenades belong to the cardiologists? I mean, why? Why is this so normal that every civilian building like this and
Okay, so he gives us an anecdote. Very, very funny. I guess we are on a podcast. Be entertaining, I guess. Okay. Weapon stores in the tunnel. Okay. Then we've got, why is this so normal? I don't enjoy people that enjoy it. Like, I guess that's how you do it. I wonder if I have done this, but people that tell a joke that they told before, they're like, oh, I said this and I said that. Eesh. Well, I guess that's the way it is. I'm doing an ad hominem there. I'm sorry.
Every second or third house in Gaza is a weapons dump or a place that you enter the tunnels from. But the
A weapons dump or a place you enter the tunnels from. Weapons dump or a place you enter the tunnels from. Okay, cool. Okay, what are we going to do more here? But the reason why the devastation, okay, so we're going back to this point.
The reason why the devastation, which it is in the north in particular, but also in Rafah and elsewhere, is what it is because every time the IDF went into an area where they had told the civilians to leave, the Hamas terrorists that remained were in civilian buildings and booby-trapped a very large number of the buildings. So what they did as they proceeded through those areas of the Gaza to clear them was to set off munitions, which the American military and others use, which sets off secondary explosions in places that are booby-trapped. And
okay, secondary explosions in places that are booby-trapped. Okay. I'm liking this description of what actually is there. Cool. What actually is part of the details of the warfare. I guess what Dave could do is give us the opposite, which is what I'm expecting. If I tell a joke, but my friend repeats it louder and gets an applause, that's horrible.
Much of what you see in the photographs that you see, and many other people have seen from Gaza, is the result of that.
Okay, so they exploded the civilian buildings without the civilians in them. Where are they going to live? Oh, they got their tents and things. Eh? Okay, and much of what you see in the photographs is seen from Gaza is the result of the idea of trying to clear an area, which has been very carefully and well booby-trapped for years. Okay. One other very quick point he's going to make before we get to another speech. Everybody just gets speeches here. And yet I don't get through the podcast any quicker. Fuck's sake. Okay. Make your other point, please, Douglas.
It is the result of the IDF trying to clear an area which has been very carefully and well booby-trapped for years. Let me make one other very quick point about the bigger picture that you said, because I think it's important. We were talking about the Syrian, you mentioned the Syrian conflict and ISIS. I think, again, it's really important to keep this in mind, what I said earlier about let's not think we are the primary actors everywhere, or even that important. I remember the debate over the Syrian intervention issue.
Not a quick point then. I think we are primary actors everywhere, or even that important, okay? So let's not think America did everything, which is one of his earliest points. Yes, that is something he did speak about, okay? Booby, yeah, booby. And then, why is it called booby trap? I remember the debate of, so we got this. This is not a quick point, but let's go. Actually, should I put it over here because we're just going down? No, it's following on. We can put it here. Come now. No, you mother. Over here. Okay. Copy start.
And at the time, despite being in many cases an interventionist, I said on that occasion that we didn't know what we were doing. Clearly didn't know who we were going to back. If you remember, John McCain went to Syria to speak to some rebels, and one of them immediately turned out to be a kind of head-hacking jihadist. And, that wasn't great. And I said, I don't have any confidence that we know who to back. And despite many Syrian friends of mine imploring me otherwise, I said, I don't think it's something we can get involved in.
I don't think it's something we can get involved in. Okay. Look at you. Okay. So he only, I suppose he only backs people that he he agrees with or whatever. So he very carefully considers who he backs. Okay, I think more insights. He chooses who to back in a conflict. Okay, that's supposedly what he's giving us there. I'm just like, okay.
However, if you look at the last 10 years or more, what is it now, 13 years of conflict?
However, this is not a quick point. However, hold on, I'm copy pasting. Let me copy paste. Okay, here we go.
Conflict in Syria. The US and the Western powers are not remotely significant actors in that conflict. The
Okay.
significant actors in that conflict always have been, the Russians, the Iranians. I mean, one of the things that blows my mind in the analysis
The Russians,
of
the
region
Iranians. Okay, we got that. Okay, I mean,
is the fact that the prime mover in the region, the revolutionary Islamic government in Iran that has been oppressing the Iranian people since 1979 and has been holding a great civilization in captivity, that the Iranian revolutionary government in Tehran has literally been colonizing the region. I have this rule about, I took it from Vasily Grossman.
okay. Been holding great civilization in captivity. Okay. That the Iranian revolutionary government in Tehran has literally been, okay. So people forgot that the Iranian government revolutionary in Tehran has literally been colonizing the region. Okay. Now we've got I have this rule. Okay, let's go next. I'm gonna have to give you another block because it's getting too big here. Your quick point is like 5 blocks, boy. Okay. Okay. At least he does get to the points. Like he really does get to the points. He doesn't like land up going, what was I talking about? Like that usually happens to me if I had to set up a point this long. That's why he is in his career that he's in. Okay. He should be able to go off on these long tangents and still make a point.
And the great Soviet Jewish writer, who had this great line about, tell me what you accuse the Jews of and I'll tell you what you're guilty of.
Okay. He had this great line. Tell me this line about. Tell me what you accuse the Jews of and I'll tell you what you're guilty of. Okay? Okay. Okay, this absolutely runs.
This absolutely runs as well with the accusations against the Jewish state in the region. The Iranian revolutionary government is constantly accusing the Israelis of colonialism, of expansionism. It is the Iranian revolutionary government that has been colonizing Iraq, colonizing Yemen, colonizing and destroying Lebanon, and colonizing Syria. And the amazing thing, when you look at the
Okay, wow. Okay, we got another one. And the amazing thing. Okay.
disaster that has happened in Syria in the last 13 years, and I don't see it getting especially better under the current jihadist. The disaster is not of our making primarily. We are bit players. America is a bit.
Okay, so we're still. So he's gone and said, "Look how we're not." This is somebody brought this up earlier and said that his tactic is look over here, look at these wars, not this one. So he's like, look over here, we're not playing a huge role in it. So he's talking about Syria. This is just, you needed to make these points about Syria and Iran. Okay, the amazing thing when you look at the disaster that has happened in Syria in the last 13 years, don't seeing it get especially better. Okay. The disaster is not of our making. We are bit players. America is a bit in Syria. We are a bit. Okay. So them being a bit in Syria is the same as them being a bit in Israel. Is saying that they're a bit in Israel, Palestine as well. Does he think that if America wasn't involved, it would continue?
In
Bit
Iraq?
play in Syria.
Okay, the disaster is not of our making. Okay, wait. Did he go in Iraq?
We are bit players. America is a
In
bit
Iraq?
player in Syria. We are
In Iraq? He's allowed to ask questions. He is. Okay, in Iraq. Okay, but he's continued. Sorry, you get an airplane. Please hold my airplane. There you go.
a
Yeah, but
bit
you mentioned
pl- I
Iraq in
know.
there too.
I know. Well,
Okay, cool.
what with the great idiocy of that was that
Come on, we are so close, Daisy. We are so close. If they just continue. Okay, pep talk. If they just continue with their long speeches, I think we can finish today. I think I will go longer than 4 hours. Let's go. We can finish this today. Let's go, boys. Please. Daisy, I will have to feed the cats. Or you know what? Gordon will have to feed the cats. Let's do it. Okay? Are you with me? Please be with me. Okay? Americans, Iraq. Okay. Let's go. Maybe I should put it on faster. Don't think it helps because I go back all the time anyway. Okay. Mentioned in there too what we do with Iraq.
the Iraq notices.
Iraq in there too.
I know. Well, with the great idiocy of that
The great idiocy of that.
was that the Iraq notices our failings, our lack of staying power, our desire to get out as soon as possible, and much more, which is all understandable. Whether you agree with it or not. Hang on.
Come on.
And they move.
I needed to go back because you guys hang. Don't spray me. I'm doing well. Come on. Spray me when I'm getting tired. That will be good. I rack, you rack, we all rack, we rack discipline is what happens. Okay, so let us continue. I know. Well, what the great idiocy of that. Okay, hold on. Control S, boys. Got to Control S. This is not the online version, so it's not. Let me just save it. Save as. Current device, X-Mount server. Cool. Let's put it there. Okay. Good day, Zach. See Douglas literally opening the sewer gates, trying to get shit to stick, like he was waffling earlier about how the work other people do, how other people do. So yeah, he is actually doing that too. But he's a what do you call it? He's an expert, so it's not actual waffling. Okay. I know. Right notices our failings, our lack of staying power, our desire to get out as soon as possible, and much more, which is understandable. Okay, so they recognized it, whether you agree with it or not. Okay, let's go back. Sorry, we have to go to normal speed because they interrupt each other.
as soon as failings, our lack of staying power, our desire to get out as soon as possible, and much more, which is all understandable, whether you agree with it or not. Hang on.
No, Douglas, no. No. He came in there with the New Jersey. No. Just no. What's your argument? It's no. That's my argument. You know what? I should make a Daisy no emote where it's just like Daisy's face where she's not looking happy and it's just like no. That's it. The argument is no.
Hang on.
Come on.
And they moved in.
No. Douglas, come on. Whether you agree with it or not, hang on. Let's give you an airplane. But Douglas flies over him too, really. Hey. Not there. Yeah. Whether you agree with it or not, hang on. Hang on. Geez, how many hang-ons do we have? I'm not going to keep them all in. And they moved in, which we also get twice. Of course, but I was talking about Syria. Okay, so this is now, I would say it's probably Dave.
And they moved in, of course. But I was talking about...
Oh, never mind. Of course, but never mind. He's still talking, don't worry. Don't worry, Shinsia, he's still talking. But he was talking about Syria, okay? So, of course. So, here's another one. We're going to just do another block. Daisy, you have 45 minutes before it's time to eat dinner. So, you can relax yourself, okay? Of course, but I was talking about Syria. Okay?
Syria. In the Syrian theater, the main actors are not us. And one of the things I'm still interested in about this mindset that you have is, why does it always have to be us? It's other people who have actions in the world. The Russians, the revolutionary government in Iran, they are so busy.
I think
in the region.
This is
okay, they're so busy in the region. Why is it always us? Okay, so he's okay, cool. What do we have here? Dave, are we gonna have Dave speak now? I'm just getting so excited for the end.
This is all about framing here, because I don't think I've ever once made this claim. You've made this point several times so far, but I've never once made the claim that everything is always us. I think you're the...
Okay. I never once made... I don't actually see where this claim came from. He's talking about you're supporting this war and all of that. All of this is his speech, and then he talks himself into Syria, I suppose. Or am I being wrong? Dropped, blow up buildings. He's talking about Israel. And when he brought up Iraq or whatever, it was just in an example for how he wants Douglas to approach his support for the war. Okay, that's why he brought it up. He didn't bring it up in so I'm with him when he says I'd never once made that point. He does definitely see a lot of America's doing in the Israel conflict. So there is that, but he hasn't made this major point that it's America only.
The one who's downplaying the influence and impact that we have. We are, after all.
Okay, we are. Hold on. Go back.
I think this claim, you've made this point.
I could just let it go, but I can't. I guess I am aging because I keep getting us going forward and back. Sorry. I keep forgetting this is a whole microphone in front of my face. Stop the war in the name of love. Yeah. Okay. I'm still interested about this mindset that you have. It's always us. Okay. I don't think I've ever once made this claim. You've made this point several times so far. Okay, I don't know if he's done that. But I've never once made the claim that everything is always us. Okay, let's go here.
Point several times so far, but I've never once made the claim that everything is always us. I think you're the one who's downplaying the influence and impact that we have. We are.
Okay. You are downplaying the influence we have, but he's not saying it's always us, but he does say there is something. It is still a little bit America. Okay, so let's see what this look at what he said. I see. I think this is all about framing here. Because I don't think I've ever once made this claim that you've made this point but you've made this point, this claim. I don't think he's made this claim. Oh, you've made this claim several times. He means you've made this thing that it's not just us. Okay. You've made this point several times so far, but I've never once made the claim that everything is always us. Okay. I think you are the one who's downplaying the influence and impact that we have. Okay. But him saying that is as good as arguing for America's involvement. We are, after all, when I'm saying we're saying the United States of America's federal government, Jesus.
Or after all, when I'm saying we, I'm saying the United States of America's federal.
Okay, I understand. He has to say we. He has to describe who the we is, so we don't have to get into a fucking argument about who he's referring to. So hold on. We are after all, and then he goes, when I'm saying we, I'm saying the United States of America's federal government is the largest powerful organization in the history of the world. It's the world empire. Okay.
Government is the largest, most powerful organization in the history of the world. It is the world empire. And to sit there and say Iran colonized Iraq, no, George W. Bush invaded the country on a bunch of lies, a war that you supported. He went in there and overthrew Saddam Hussein and installed democracy in the Shiite majority country. Of course, he handed the thing over to Iran, but to say that that had no impact on Syria, or that the U.S. military funding and arming the anti-Assad rebels had no impact, I'm not claiming the entire thing.
He's not claiming the entire thing. He's just claiming it's a lot. He's saying it's a factor. Boo! USA sucks. There you go. There you go. So no impact. Okay, I'm not saying the entire thing is America. Okay, I think nothing can be the entire thing. Okay, there's so many people involved, so many bits involved that yeah, you're not gonna. It's almost as if human interaction in politics is complex.
Is America. Bashar al-Assad was an actor. There were other forces there aside from the U.S. Meddling.
A bunch of lies, a war that you supported. Wait, we've got that. Sorry. Oh no, George W. Bush invaded the country on a bunch of lies. A war that you supported when he went in there and overthrew Saddam Hussein and installed democracy in the Shiite majority country. Of course, he handed it over to Iran, but that... Okay. But to say... Why is my fan going? That had no impact on Syria, or that the US military funding and arming the anti-Assad rebels had no impact. I'm not claiming the whole thing. Okay. Okay, he's not claiming the whole thing.
There, but at the same time, you got the most powerful government in the history of the world, who, as we all know, put Syria on its 7 countries in 5 years list of who world, US, America. Bashar al-Assad was an actor. There were other.
Okay. So he's got the others. Bashar al-Assad was an actor. There were other forces there aside from US meddling there. Okay. So he's not doing the entire thing. We get it. You're not saying it's all America. But he had to defend a point that he wasn't making. Or he had to, again, say what his argument wasn't. Other forces of the side for years meddling there. Okay, cool. We've got that. What do we have?
other forces there aside from the U.S. Meddling there. But at the same time, you got the most powerful government in the history of the world, who, as we all know, put Syria on its 7 countries in 5 years list of who.
But at the same time, so wait, you do seem to be making the idea that they. So it's not the entire thing, but also most of the thing. So he's saying it's not entirely, but mostly. So he is making the point that Douglas was making. And Douglas is downplaying it. Okay. That's what I'm getting here. Okay, he is making the point Douglas said he was. He says that's not it, but it is.
We're going to go overthrow, and it's had a profound impact on the region. Of course it did. It was a huge contributing factor to that civil war to begin with.
I think America is.
War to begin with. Okay. Okay, what do we got here by him? Come on. We're so close. We're so close. I think America is obviously a major factor. Okay. So we're now talking about, what is my computer busy doing? Relax. Okay, I guess we have been going for 4 hours, but it's like the fans are like, hey, please.
Obviously a major actor, certainly could be, is meant to be the major actor on the world stage. I think that the history of the region and many other regions around the world is that America does not have either the staying power, the capability, the intelligence, the kind of people that you would produce in order to have the kind of impact that you actually think it has. American weakness in the Middle East has been, I mean, I say this as somebody obviously from Britain, but when Britain was a dominant world power, she produced the type of
the type of person who was keen to go and be a governor of a stand somewhere and learn the local dialects, run the civil service. Okay.
Person who was keen to go and be a governor of a stan somewhere and learn the local dialects and run the civil service.
You guys were better at Empire than we are. Yeah.
Okay, you guys were better at Empire than we are. Okay. Window key, window down key. I'm not doing nothing. I'm not doing the spaces or anything. I'm actually just yeah, you guys can spray bottle me because I'm just putting chunks of text in blocks. That's not good. I'm not doing it properly. I'll almost just skip to the next thing. I think America's obviously a major factor. It certainly could be, is meant to be the major actor on the world stage. I think that the history of the region, many other regions, world, America does not have either the staying power, the capability, the intelligence, the kind of people that you would produce in order to have the kind of impact that you actually think it has. So he is arguing directly against what he's saying, what Dave is saying. Against Dave's American influence. Okay. Fine. Save. Actually, we can save it locally. Current device. Thinkers episode. There we go. Cool. It's locally saved as well. How's my read through of Meditations going? I finished the intro last night. And I'm finally actually into book 1 now. Such as it is. Now I know that Xmind, are you okay? You good? You good, Xmind? Oh fuck. Xmind's not good, guys. Hey Davina. Big Rat Vision 2020. Come on. Guys, it's gonna crash on me, isn't it? Come on, you know it. It's fit map. Let's see if it'll work. Okay. La 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 la. I mean, look what it's got to try and keep going. Come on, it's still a very complex text thing, is basically what you're playing with here. Come on. It's not letting me. I'm saving it, but hello? Redo? No, come on, Xmind. Oh my gosh. Open home. Let's reopen it. I'm trying to reopen it. Guys! No, Xmind, you can't give up. You can't give up. Meditations was the first book I ordered online way back. Oh yeah? That's cool. Okay, let's see. Did I get it? Did I get it? Imagine I'll lose all of it. We're so close and I'll lose all of it. I'm gonna cry. I will actually cry. Let's see. Come on, come with me. I'm losing it. Okay, we're good. Good. Okay. Phew. I can take only so much, Kitty. Yeah, that's what it's saying. But we're almost there. Come on. Okay. You guys better, okay, capability, intelligence. Think it has. America's weakness in the Middle East has been, I say this as somebody who's obviously from Britain, but when Britain was the dominant power in the world, power, blah, 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 blah. Okay, civil service. Cool. You're just talking about that sort of person.
The point is that they produced that sort of person because they wanted to stay. America has never...
Because they wanted to stay. Okay. That's the point, is that they produced that person because they wanted to stay. America has never wanted to stay. Yeah. Okay. That they produced that type of person because they wanted to stay. We were the real colonizers. We knew how to colonize. These ones just come in there and install other people and walk out. That's not colonization. Because they wanted to stay. America has never produced that sort of person.
Never produced that sort of person, and it certainly hasn't in the Middle East in particular. It acts militarily on occasions, and in my view, sometimes well, sometimes poorly. But the reason why America was so badly outplayed by the mullahs in Iraq was simply that, as you say, after the war, America had nothing like the staying power of the mullahs in Tehran, had nothing like the ability to effect post-war change like the Iranian revolutionary government did. And so, yes, if we create a vacuum like that, or somebody else creates a vacuum, and after all, we did not cause the beginning of this, the West, I'm saying on this occasion, did not cause the beginning of the Arab Spring, as it was optimistically called.
Okay. I'm here. Vacuum. If we create a vacuum, okay. Do better, colonizers. Yeah. Be better, colonizers. Colonizers. Must we show you everything? The reason why America is so badly outplayed by the mullahs in Iraq is simply because, to say, after the war, America had nothing like staying power. Mullahs in Tehran. They had nothing like the ability to effect post-war change like the Iranian revolutionary government did. And so, yes, okay, if we create a vacuum like that, okay, so we're gonna, is this a follow-on point? I suppose it is. I'm just trying to break it up into digestible points. I'm chewing on this, okay? If we create a vacuum, or somebody else creates a vacuum after, all we did not cause the beginning of this. the West, I'm saying, yes. So now we're all saying the West. On this occasion, he also clarifies that what he means by we did not cause the beginning of the Arab Spring as it was so optimistically called. Yeah, 4. Okay, as so optimistically called at the beginning. Okay, or the beginning of the beginning of the revolutionary uprising in Syria. Okay, in 2011, these things were ground up. Okay, and the actors in the region moved in much more deftly and effectively than we did. Okay, no, we got another one. He continues, guys. He's not done. Okay, more deftly. Sorry, AI, that's not how we did it, than we did. And there's another one. Don't worry, he's got more. But wait, there's more. It's the same with Lebanon. It's the same with America doesn't even have eyes over Lebanon. Iran has an army, has a checkpoint at Beirut airport that will check you on behalf of Hezbollah when you come in there. You can't tell me that America is just because is on paper and much more has the power that America is the deft operator in the Middle East. There are so many people who outwit America in the Middle East. Yeah. Okay. Dave is a weird one because he doesn't like what his government's doing, but at the same time he'll probably be offended by you saying that you're going to be outwitted. So he hates and loves America. He's a weirdo. Which I think that's maybe rather a centrist thing to do, is hate and love America, but it's the same with Lebanon. Okay, we've got that twice. America doesn't even have eyes over Lebanon. Okay.
At the beginning, or the beginning of the revolutionary uprising in Syria in 2011, these things were ground up, and the actors in the region moved in much more deftly and effectively than we did. It's the same with Lebanon. America doesn't even have eyes over Lebanon. Iran has an army that has a checkpoint at Beirut airport that will check you on behalf of Hezbollah when you come in there. You can't tell me that America is, just because America's on paper and much more has the power, that America is the deft operator in the Middle East. There are so many people who outwit America in the Middle East all the time.
Yeah, but you can't tell me that there hasn't been
Okay, outwit America in the Middle East all the time. But yeah, you can't tell me there hasn't been an impact. Yeah, that's another thing. It's still a factor. So we're arguing how much of a factor. Okay, we're arguing how much of a factor. America! This guy's so ignorant. It's outstanding. Who's ignorant? Been an impact on the 8 trillion that we've spent there, yeah, and the multiple regime changes all around the Middle East. I think he's just turning a blind eye to this and just saying it's convenient for him to say America's got nothing going on here, and Middle East. Look, that's to say that yes, the Middle East is not easy. I think that I would agree with that, but that isn't to say America's not meddling. America not meddling. Me go back a bit. The Libyan intervention. Okay, no. You can't tell me that there hasn't been, so. Tell me that there hasn't been an impact from the 8 trillion.
Impact from the $8 trillion that we've spent there and the multiple regime changes all around the Middle East that were done by America. These weren't just going to happen on their own. Are you saying that didn't have an impact?
Iraq was certainly done by America, of course.
These weren't just going to happen on their own. Are you saying they didn't have an impact? And then he goes, Iraq was certainly done by America, of course. Okay. America did Iraq. Okay, cool. Then what else?
Okay. So Iraq was certainly done by America. Libya?
NATO.
Okay. I'm just going to split them up. Okay, so Iraq was certainly done by America. Libya was NATO. NATO.
Right. But okay. But NATO is the European wing.
Right, but NATO. Right, okay, but NATO is the European wing of the American Empire. Okay. So it's still America. Ha ha ha! It's still America.
Of the American Empire. I mean, let's get real. That's an American decision.
Sure.
Right. I'm saying it's not.
So it's still America. It's an American decision. Okay, so he said, sure, very, very quietly. He said, sure. He's like, fuck you. Sure. Right. I'm saying it's not. Okay.
It's not because some random
By the
European
way, let's
country
just also go
decided.
back, just because I mean,
Some random European, you stupid random Europeans, you strange foreign assholes. This random European country decided to go back. Okay, no, we're going to go back, boys. We're going to go back. Douglas takes control of the conversation again. Man, I quit weed like 2 months ago and someone's smoking weed outside. I'm getting accused. Oh, you're getting accused. Oh, no, that's not fair. Like, it wasn't me, man. Wasn't me. There's a whole song for you. Well, it's got a lot more going on in it. Uh-oh, no. That's not what I wanted. I just wanted to paste style. Thank you. Okay, so it wasn't just random Europeans. Fucking Europeans. America, let's go. Okay. Copy style. Sure. Okay. I was gonna say it wasn't me, but then I got high. Croatia is behind the Libyan war, confirmed. Okay, let's see. It was you. It was you, says Paul.
the Libyan intervention, I was pretty iffy about at the time.
Okay, hold on.
But
Saying it's not because some random
by the way,
European
let's
country
just also
decided.
go back, just because I mean,
By the way, let's just go back. Mm-hmm. Let's go. Let's go back just because. The Libyan intervention. Okay, so he's going to talk to us about the Libyan intervention.
the Libyan intervention, I was pretty iffy about at the time. But that was done not to create an empire or anything like that. It was done for one very clear reason. And I remember the debates in European capitals and in Washington, D.C. at the time. There was a belief that after the uprising against Gaddafi began, that there would be a mass slaughter, genocide carried out by Gaddafi against the people.
So we're talking in 2011?
And it was 2011, yeah. There was a belief. Everybody believed it. He had started his son, if you remember, Saif Gaddafi, formerly of the London School of Economics, showing that we can produce the best. Saif Gaddafi...
okay. We're talking to 2011. It was 2011. There was a belief. Everybody believed it. He had started his son. Okay, what?
Stood up and said, "We will fight to the last." Saif Gaddafi stood up and said, "We will fight to the last bullet," and so on. And
no, we're just. I'm stuck.
It was a belief. Everybody believed it. He had started his son, if you remember, Saif.
Okay, everybody believed it. Hold on, we got another one. He had started. There's an extra. Okay. Everybody believed it. We got something else. He started his son, if you remember, Gaddafi formerly of the London School of Economics, showing that we can create the best. He had to put that in there. Good Lord, writers are incredible. Gosh. Okay.
Gaddafi, formerly of the London School of Economics, showing that we can produce the best. Saif Gaddafi stood up and said, "We will fight to the last bullet," and so on. And everybody believed them. And the desire to intervene was caused in an attempt to people did not want the resources of Libya. Nobody wanted Libya to fall apart or anything like that.
No.
They did it because there was a genuine belief in what was called at the time, which has gone out of fashion, but right to protect.
Okay.
Duty to
Well,
protect.
then riddle.
And that
well,
was why
okay.
they went in.
So okay, if that's
So it's
why,
just important to keep
no,
that
it's interesting.
sort of nuance
it's interesting.
around.
It's important to keep that nuance around. Okay. To keep that sort of nuance around. Okay. I guess he's commenting on sometimes things are done just because of, like, this is against my opinion, that things are usually done because the other nations get something out of it. This was duty to protect. Anyone gets involved. Conflicts. Own gain. Okay, so he's proclaiming that. I would be interested to hear what people did get out of that. This could sounds like some kind of schmuck. It's good to keep this nuisance around. By that you mean me. Come on. Okay, so he's got no. It's interesting. Okay.
I don't think it's correct. I mean, you always kind of like ascribe the best of motives to Israel and the West, and nothing but the worst of motives to all of their enemies. So just riddle me.
Okay. I don't think it's correct. Thank you for not going all the way into everything he was talking about. It's interesting. I don't think it's correct. It's correct. I mean, this is a repeat, basically, about this. It's selective, the selective, what do you call it? Sympathy or empathy. I mean, you always kind of like ascribe the best motives to Israel in the West and nothing but the worst motives to all of their enemies. Okay. So just riddle me this.
Then. If we just went in because there was this uprising in 2011 and because we were worried that Gaddafi was about to go genocidal, something that the UK Parliament did an investigation into and found out said was just completely wrong. But why is it then that I got 4-star General Wesley Clark, Supreme Commander of the NATO forces? Why is it that he told me that he saw the plans in 2001 to overthrow Gaddafi, and that this was part of a strategy to overthrow 7 governments in 5 years, and all of them except one have been done at this point?
Okay, so he's like, "Oh, you've told me that it was all just a duty, but now it looks like they made it up so that they could conquer these regions." So he's giving the conspiratorial thing. Haha, you see, the Americans did a bad. Riddle me this. Okay, so it's going in direct opposition to what Bro said. Okay, because we were worried that Gaddafi was about to go to genocidal, something that your own UK Parliament did see it was wrong. But why is it? Then I go to got a 4-star General, Wesley Clark, whatever, telling him, he told me that he saw the plans in 2001 to overthrow Gaddafi. And that this was part of a strategy to overthrow 5 years, and all of them except one have been done at this point. So you're telling me
point. So you're telling me it's just complete coincidence that he saw that the neoconservatives had this plan to overthrow Muammar Gaddafi, and then 10 years later we happen to do it when we have the opportunity? The two aren't related at all?
First of all, come on, related at all? This guy, he's got first-hand knowledge from the guy. The guy spoke to him. What are you going to say? What are you going to say? I have no idea what they're talking about. I just want to know what his response is. So first, nice to hear the N-word, neoconservative.
It's nice to hear the N word again.
The N-word?
Neoconservative.
Did I say that?
Conservatives.
The N-word again. And he's like, ha ha ha, the N-word? What? Did I say that? Neoconservatives. There's always a snide remark to the side, and that just is not conducive to diagramming. Don't they know that this is what I'm doing? That I'm breaking up their words into little blocks, and it just doesn't help me. That their back and forthness is going to make it into my highly detailed and unnecessary diagram. The N-word, I did say that. Did I say that? It's just the... Oh. Neoconservatives. Okay, so let's go. Oh, that one. I was thinking of a different one. Lolsies. Okay. Blah blah. Okay.
Oh, that one. I was thinking of a different one. Okay.
First of all, I would assume, I would hope.
Let's just put a little marker. Remember this marker where they were playing a little bit of play, where they go a bit of banter? So here we go. This is them playing banter. Okay, and we go next. What do we have?
That there's American military planning for...
Okay.
First of all, I would assume, I would hope that there's American military planning for absolutely everything. I would hope that there is a scenario for absolutely everything somewhere in the American... in Pentagon or whatever.
Yeah, but he didn't say they're drawing up.
So he's saying there's plans. So he is kind of saying it's a coincidence. Okay. He's got an answer for you. First of all, I need to do a supercut of him just going, first of all. They do both say it. First of all, I assume, I would hope that there is American military planning for absolutely everything. Okay. I would hope there's a scenario for absolutely everything in the American Pentagon or whatever. Yeah, but shh.
War games. He said this is the plan that we're going to impose.
Okay. Okay, so we've got the flyover. Let's go the flyover. What are you saying here? Yeah, but he didn't say we're drawing up war games. Drawing up war games.
He didn't say we're drawing up war games. He said this is the plan that we're going to impose.
I would assume.
He said this is the plan that we're going to impose. Okay, then we've got more flyover, I would assume. More. We've got here, I would assume, I would hope
that any major power like America would have plans in place for almost everything that is likely, including, America could have, should have started planning for some kind of kinetic force in Libya from the 1980s. Of course.
From the 1980s. Of course there'd be plans. Okay, plans to take over. Okay, so it's kind of it's a weak answer for the conspiratorial folk. They're like, you're just saying they've got plans?
Of course there'd be plans.
Yeah.
Douglas sounds like a neocon, so of course he's offended. He has an article where she cherry picks incidents and more or less says maybe kinda Iraq War II wasn't that bad, guys.
But again, this is not what Wesley Clark's led. He wasn't saying like we.
Okay, this is not what Wesley Clark's saying. So that your excuse is not going to work. This is not what Wesley Clark was saying. He hasn't said we want war games. We've drawn up war games with everybody. We have war games with China, war games with Russia. Okay, cool. Now we have to talk about war games. Oh, fuck all of you. This is not. Okay. Cool. Axel's coming for his food, but I have 7 minutes before I could give you the food. Okay. Look at. I actually want you. You're gonna have to jump on my lap to come. People have to see you, Axie. Come here. Come here. Nope. Okay.
Drawn up war games.
Guys, I do need to feed the cat, and it will be, honestly, it'll be a few seconds. I will put on some music, and not some music, I'll just put the beer right back. Scroll, there we go. There. Hello, we are back from feeding cats. It is a weird way to put it. I'm looking for snacks, but I'm feeding cats. It's from our gaming days. Okay. Ouch. Libya is developing country working 92nd on H. I wonder if Epstein is actually dead, but that's just me. Oh well, Elvis isn't dead. Kurt Cobain isn't dead. People aren't really dead until we say so. Okay. I mean, there are people that I would prefer that they be alive, like Kurt Cobain. Epstein, I could take him or leave him, thanks. I suppose if he's going to tell us his client list, then I would take him. But otherwise, no. Okay. Where are we at now? This is not Wesley Claus. This is what he said.
We've drawn up war games with
Princess Diana. Yeah, she's just off living a good life.
everybody. We have war games with China, war games with Russia. We've mapped out how a.
Okay, these weren't war games. Okay, this wasn't saying like we've drawn up war games. Okay, just goes and speaks about war games. Russia, we've mapped out. War would work even with countries that have nuclear arsenals, like just in case. Okay, we have to fight a traditional war. Okay.
Kinetic war would work even with countries that have nuclear arsenals, like just in case we have to fight a traditional war and nukes aren't being used. That's not what he's talking about. He said.
That's not what he's talking about. He said
that not only are he was told we're in Afghanistan now. This is late 2001. He goes, next we're going to Iraq. After that, we're going to Libya. After that, we're going to Syria, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off with Iran. He laid out the path of what we're about to do, and then we did it in the next administration. You don't think there was any connection between those two?
What we did.
Told when I'm presented with information like this, I'm like, I don't know. I'm sorry. That's all I can say is I don't know. Okay, probably. It sounds like something America would do. Okay, what's I do with that now? After that, we're going to Libya. After that, we're going to Syria, Somalia, what was it, Sudan, and finishing off with Iran. I'm sure there's a song in there. He laid out the path. Of what we're about to do, and then we did it in the next administration. You don't think there was any connection between those two? I think it's a great coincidence, and we should just leave it alone.
Somalia and Sudan.
No, I'm sorry. He's listen, his. I'm sorry. If you go
Hey.
to do, and then we did it in the next administration. You don't think there was any connection between those two?
What we did, Somalia and Sudan.
No, I'm sorry. He's listen.
So he's like, wow, we did Somalia and we did Sudan. Wow. Okay, so he's like, or is he saying we've done Somalia and Sudan, but we didn't do it? So he's and Sudan. So he's like, wait, sorry, hold up. What's next? No, I'm sorry. Listen. I'm sorry if you go list the list 7 countries. It was Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya. I believe Somalia and Sudan and Iran. Believe why? Okay, believe. Okay.
I'm sorry. If you go look at the list of 7 countries, it wasn't
Iraq, it 5?
Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, I believe Somalia, Sudan, and Iran. I believe.
Why would America want to do any of that?
Okay, so that's a nice defense. Why would America want to do any of that? It's a nice defense. Like, why? But why would we do it? No, 7. But I thought it was 5. You said 5 countries in 5 years. Why would America want to do any of those things? Okay. Of those things. Who wants to do it?
Those things. Who wants to do it?
Well, what he said is
Who wants to do it? Okay, so the way that he's responded here helps just play it down. Okay. Okay, he's just not taking it seriously. Now he's making him look like a bit of a conspiracy theorist by just going, that just doesn't track. No, just no. He could have just said no to get the same response. And then what, yeah?
is that essentially these plants, he said later in an interview with Pierce,
Okay, sorry.
I believe.
Why would America want to do any of those things? Who wants to do it?
Well, what he said is that essentially these plants, he said later in an interview with Pierce Morgan that he had seen the plans at first in 1991, that they came from Paul Wolfowitz, that basically then they got what's funny about what the 4-star general said.
It's okay. Continue.
No, don't laugh. Don't laugh. That's not helping you. That's not helping you. And seeing the plans at first 19 that came from Paul Wolfowitz, that basically they got what's funny. Sorry. Wow. Douglas laughing. Okay, well, what are you laughing about? That's not helping. What's funny about what the 4-star general said. Okay, you can continue. Okay. That's mean. That's mean, Douglas. Don't just laugh at people. Tell them why they're funny.
No, well, I'm just curious. What's laughable about this? What the 4-star general said.
It's okay. Continue.
I hate that. Continue. He has to tell us. Share it with the class, Douglas. Can continue. No, I'm just I'm curious now. I would also be. I'm like that. Don't you have to tell me why you're laughing? And I will try and tell you why I'm laughing, but a lot of the time I'm crying and can't say things clearly. He wants to say, just tell me, whoa, what you on about? So 4-star general thing. You're laughing at the 4-star general, he's gonna cap your ass. Something like that. What's funny about I'm laughing at him laughing. I'm sorry. I'm very easily entertained. This little elitist snarkiness is why I was getting all the hate. Absolutely. It is. Like this stuff that doesn't make him appealing. Oopsie. What's laughable about this?
No, well, I'm just curious. What's laughable about this?
Laughable. Sorry.
Paul Wolfowitz is
about this. Okay, so tell me, because yeah, he did laugh as soon as he heard Wolfowitz. So I'm like, what's the joke? Who is Paul Wolfowitz? Oh, no, cancel. Paste down.
A great figure for almost any deep conspiracy in this country, because he was a Deputy Secretary of Defense at the highest in his life. He is forever being ascribed almost supernatural power.
I don't think anyone's
the highest.
Okay, so he's just completely saying this guy is he's part of the tinfoil. He basically just puts a tinfoil hat on this guy. That's basically what he's done with him. Just disparaging completely. Just your source is shit. Paul Wolfowitz is a great figure for almost any deep conspiracy person. Conspiracy in this country, because he was in a Deputy Secretary of the Defense at the highest in his life. He is forever being ascribed almost supernatural power. The largest and highest position he ever got to was as Donald Rumsfeld's deputy. And it isn't very strange. It's a very strange thing.
Position he ever got.
We got a strange thing, boys. We got a fucking strange thing. Woo! We almost got through that one whole session. We got a strange thing now.
Who was as Donald Rumsfeld's deputy, and it's a very strange thing always when Wolfowitz's name comes up, because he was a relatively low-level person to whom almost everything can be ascribed. And
I didn't describe. Again, this is
anyway,
such a straw man. I didn't describe every.
I find it strange, and I find it strange that I didn't do this. It's like, yeah, but that's why he laughed. You asked him why I laughed, so like he's gonna tell you. I didn't describe again. I didn't just ascribe everything to him. You didn't, but you did describe. You did reference him. You did reference him, and what he did is say your reference is poor. That's all. This is a straw man. No, you're saying your man is straw. Okay, I'm losing my mind. I'm literally telling you. I didn't describe it. Okay.
You
thing to him. I'm literally telling you what
countries.
the.
Anyway, go on.
No,
I'm literally telling you. Literally telling you what I'm telling you what the 4-star general said about him. And it wouldn't say deputy defense of defense. The 4-star general said about him, and I wouldn't say deputy secretary of defense is like a nothing position. It's pretty consequential.
Telling you what the 4-star general said about him, and I wouldn't
About
say
Paul
deputy secretary of defense is like a nothing position. It's pretty consequential position.
Not as important as Rumsfeld or Cheney, but yeah.
Yeah, agreed. But who said it was?
Okay, so he said a pretty important and it's consequential position. Then he goes, not as important. Well, I've got these other guys. Oh, we're spending so much time on this, and that's funny. Not as important as Rumsfeld or Cheney. Okay, because I suppose those would disagree with him, or is it just he's just bringing them up? Why are we bringing him up? Why are we bringing them up? Not Rumsfeld or Cheney. Okay.
No, fire on.
I just feel like you're.
But yeah, agreed. Agreed. Fire on, fire on. I think he's lost his patience, or Douglas has lost whatever patience he had. He's not playing at all anymore.
You're batting down straw men. I never said that he is the.
He loves to say this. You're batting down straw men. But who said? So I started watching the Joe Rogan episode. Douglas so far comes off as a bit annoying and dismissive so far. He continues. And now he's not even just dismissive, he's outright mean and derogatory. So yeah, he does not improve. We're on the tail end of this, and he's now just laughed at Dave. He's making fun of Dave, really. He's like, this person must be met with
The creator
scorn.
of all conspiracy was.
No, fire on.
I just.
Rumsfeld or Cheney, but yeah.
Yeah, agreed. But
Yeah, agreed. But who said? But who is saying that? I can't believe this is what we're talking about so close to the end. Agreed, but who's saying that? I feel like. Who said that? And he's like, no, fire on. I just feel like you're batting down straw men. I never said he was the creator of all conspiracies.
But who said it was?
No, fire on.
I just feel like you're batting down straw men. I never said that he is the creator of all conspiracies or anything. I'm literally saying that the 4-star general said that he first saw the plans from him, that he had brought this to the National Security Advisor, and it had basically been like, we'll look at this after the election, and that then it was resurrected later by Richard Pearl, and that these guys were producing. Again, not me saying this. This is 4-star General Wesley Clark. He said in a study paid for by the Israelis. And yeah, you can laugh at this all you want to, Douglas, but you.
Okay, you can laugh at this all you want to. Paid for by the Israelis, but you can laugh at this all you want to. So he's just laughing. But you can go read the clean break memo for yourself. This was the neoconservative strategy along with the counterpart, the Likud in Israel. Okay, so let's see. Is this all him? He's spouting it. It's basically spouting because it's just one after the other. He's trying to just get his words in.
You can go read the clean break memo for yourself. This was the neoconservative strategy, along with their counterpart, the Likud in Israel, that they wanted to remake the region in a way, and I'm sure by their own justification, they believed that democracy would sweep the region and it would be better off for them. Nonetheless, they pursued this path that has ended in nothing but disaster. And I don't think that to say that in 2011, it was like a purely humanitarian mission to go overthrow Muammar Gaddafi, I do not think is right.
Well, first of all, before I get to the substance of it, why?
Okay, not going right. Okay, Jesus, this is a lot. Okay, he does eventually go all the way back here to where he's saying he said this point has spawned all of these points. That point spawned this whole conversation. And that is why we diagram. Because I like to be able to go, yeah, so you went from here, you went beep, 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 bing bong, jumping up and down, did some laughs, and then he finally brought his point against you. Okay. Took that long. Now, if I was just diagramming their arguments, then I would get his counter argument. But the point that I'm doing, because I'm doing it in such horrendous detail, is you get to see visually where bro went, why the conversation was so dumb, or not dumb, but like why it seems to go off into no man's land. I just feel like you're batting down straw men. Okay, I never said that he is. That's not what he was arguing, but okay, fine. He's just so revved up at the moment. I'm literally saying that the 4-star general, what the 4-star general said. This is a repeat of his point before. That the first saw plans from him that he had brought in national security and basically all looked of the election. And then it was resurrected by Richard Pearl. These guys were producing, again, not me saying this is 4-star general. He carries on with his 4-star general. Wesley Clark, he said in a study paid for by the Israelis, and this is now when Douglas starts laughing. I think Douglas laughs again. And yeah, you can laugh at this all you want to, Douglas, but you can go read the clean break memo for yourself.
Why
To go overthrow Muammar Gaddafi, I do not think is right.
Well, first of all, before I get to the substance of it, why would
Let's actually do this over here. Sorry. This was the neoconservative plan. Strategy along with their counterpart, the Liquids in Israel. They wanted to make the region in a way that, and I'm sure by their own justification, in a way that, and then they believed that democracy would sweep the region and it would be better off. Nonetheless, they pursued this path and that has ended in nothing but disaster, and I don't think that's what you say. Okay, cool. So from this whole thing with the conspiracy and this, wouldn't it be nice if they just followed an NPC dialogue? Like, exactly. Although they do seem to sometimes, but they do it by themselves. They do their own dialogue. They have their own dialogue tree, their own things that they want to say. But then when another person, the input is not what they expect, that's when shit goes like this. So the dialogue trees just get all tangled up because they all just want to say what they're supposed to say.
they want the current situation in Libya? Substance of it. Why
Overthrow Muammar Gaddafi, I do not think is right.
Well, first of all, before I get to the substance of it, why
Oh, first of all, my fucking favorite thing that he says next to weird. First of all, before I get to the substance of it, I'm going to tell you about my grandmother.
why would they want the current situation in Libya?
Huh?
Why would they want the current situation in Libya?
Well, because they wanted Gaddafi out.
But why would they want that? Because they want to Gaddafi out. Okay. I'm not going to do that response then.
Why?
Okay. Then why? Okay. Where do we go with this? Why? Joe has not spoken in about 40 minutes, really. Well, why? Okay. And he's asking why again. His size are, you can only ever wish to be as dismissive as him with his size, Gray. His contempt. Okay. If you Read the clean break memo. Okay, so this is what it's going to tell us.
Well, okay, if you read the clean break memo, what their argument essentially is that you wanted to have regime change against the hostile surrounding Muslim countries.
But
wanted regime change. Okay. Regime change because of the hostile Muslim countries. Okay. And then what do we have?
Was Gaddafi not hostile to Israel?
to Israel, yeah, sure. But he was
Was Gaddafi not hostile to Israel? To Israel, yeah, sure, but I mean, okay. Okay, to Israel, yeah, sure. What do we do with this? Oh shit, it's already there. But he was, I mean, the European.
I mean, the Europeans and everybody else in NATO found that Gaddafi was a really relatively easy person to get on with latterly.
Right? Yeah, no, I think it was an insane policy.
No,
Really? Right, yeah, I don't think it was same policy. Okay. Gaddafi. Okay. Guys, come on. It's 15 minutes.
You'll notice that after he hands over the nuclear program and thus makes himself very vulnerable, unfortunately, for the future of world peace, Libya has been unutterably disastrous.
Yeah,
for
I'm sorry.
Europe. Hang on.
No, just a clarifying question.
Disastrous for Europe.
I agree with you.
And
okay, it's been unutterly disastrous for Europe. Okay, really easy to get on with. Yeah, no, I think it was an insane policy. Okay. No, but you'll notice that after he hands over the nuclear program and thus makes himself very vulnerable, unfortunately, for the future of world peace, Libya has been unutterably disastrous. Okay, hang on.
And Somalia and Sudan. Why does America or Israel want to like?
Why does America or Israel? Okay. For Europe, I'm not even going to get the hang-ons in there. And Somalia and Sudan. Why? Why does America or Israel want to like do regime change in Somalia?
Do regime change in Somalia?
Can I just ask you? Can I just ask you a clarifying question?
Change Somalia or Sudan? Okay, so he just plays the. Oh well, that's weird. That's a weird question. It's a bad question. Okay, so what do we have here? Can I ask you a clarifying question? Yes, please. Tell us where we're going.
Question on this. What when you say that was a disaster for the prospects of world peace, you mean overthrowing Gaddafi was a disaster?
I say that him being sorry, I should have clarified. My thing is him being overthrown after he's given over the nuclear weapons is a disaster because it.
Okay, disaster for the prospect of world peace. You mean overthrowing Gaddafi was a disaster? Okay, give us the answer. Okay, let's format here before I lose it. Copy style. There's a baby crying outside. Paste style. Wants to ask you the clarifying question. I think I'm crying with the child outside. Can't you wrap it up now? Come on. Joe, get in there. I don't know, but I've got like, it's 2:43:53 and the thing ends at 2:58.
So 4 hours, Don't you want to come to the shops?
I'll do, but I need to finish this. I'm not doing another one. I'm not doing another session. You're getting in the way of it.
You're gonna take
No, I'm not.
Takes you 4 hours to do the thing.
No,
Ask chat.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
That leaves on the table this thing that you have to hold on to nuclear weapons.
Yes, it's another 4 hours. Shut up, Dildo. No.
My thing is, him being overthrown after he's given over the nuclear weapons is a disaster because it leaves.
Okay, fine. Let's see if I can. No, I have to finish it. Fart burper to 3000. Yeah, that's my husband. Okay, fine. I've got recording tomorrow, so I won't be streaming early. I could do this last bit by myself. But then we don't get to the finish together. I guess I could still do that final. Then I do final. I go in and pre-diagram these last few minutes and then do a final stream. Fine. And it'll be like an hour stream where we go through the diagram. Okay? I really thought I could get it. I really did. Okay. So let's just go to 43. Let's do 30 because I did skip ahead a little. Oh, I have to admit defeat. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna beat this boss. Who you want to win, George? I know that that Douglas loses optically. Who said you can't get it? My husband. He said I'm gonna go for another 4 hours if I try and finish this now. So I'm gonna be moving because I've gotten 4 hours 10 minutes. So what are they debating on? They are debating on everything. Okay, they are debating on war, the role of America, the power of America, the role that America plays in conflicts around the world. The main thing they talk about for most of the time is they talk about experts and who's allowed to have an opinion, and then they also argue about Israel and Hamas. So post-production stream. This is why diagrams should be left to the experts. Exactly. Also, experts wouldn't diagram this. They wouldn't do this. Just by the way, people who asked me that, they said, why don't you get AI to do it? Do you understand how horribly wrong AI can go with the way it processes a dialogue? If I got AI to make branches the way I've done in my diagrams, and it got one wrong, it would be exponentially wrong. Okay, me getting something wrong, fine, we get it. Okay, cool. But AI, it gets it wrong, and then it goes way off, all the way off, without ever being stopped by chat, nothing like that. So at the moment, AI is just not going to be able to make us go faster. One thing I will say is that transcript diagrams are not going to be undertaken lightly. Okay, they are not. What about just the transcription? Just the transcription, it went badly because I tried to get it formatted into speaker 1, speaker 2, speaker 3, all of that, and my whole process, because I had to do it in 3 chunks on Grok. I was getting it to do speaker 1, speaker 2, which helps me immensely because you've seen I have to cut and copy and whatever. Grok did quite a good job for 1 chunk, but then afterwards, because the transcript was longer, it basically just went off on its own tangent. After chunk 2 of the supposed file, it just went off and did its own thing. I still have not come to the continuation of where the processed conversation is. When we finished the first chunk of Grok processed dialogue, That was it. That was all we did. How should I feel about human bondage? Chunk 2. Yummier than chunk 3. Well, yeah, guys. So, ChatGPT, what's Kitty on about? Kitty is on about Grok. That's who she's on about. Because Grok is the one she has money for at the moment. You got to argue with your AI. Yeah, I've got to go and say to it, listen, you got it wrong. But still, yeah. Also, maybe we won't go for 3 people discussions. Just pay some Filipino 50 cents an hour to do it. No, I get paid 50 cents an hour to do it. If we look at the super chats, I think we can work out 50 cents an hour. So, Friday fridge AI, you've had too much juice for today. No, I've had no juice today. I've been very good. Just anyway. Yeah. So guys, what's going to happen is I'm going to finish it by myself, and then I'll have like a short mini stream, and we'll have like a celebration. I think I'll have some sake. We'll really have a good time knowing that this is finished. Joe barely counts as people, though. It's true. That is true. He does at some points. He comes in with questions that just blow up the whole fucking thing. So, anyway, guys, that also just in terms of the members, I'm going to give you a little bit of a little catch up on the meditations this week, and yeah, just catch me live on No One Asked You podcast as well. We're going to be doing some books. You deprive us, Kitty. Yes, I do. I'm edging you. I just thought of something. What did you think, Fishmonger? Douglas Murray's objection to Wikipedia is weird. Wikipedia is a model example of that which Murray calls for, which is freedom. Freedom. Yeah, I guess we can do like a little bit of watching the response videos. Anyone can contribute, including non-experts. Contributors must provide balance, not just tell one side. Citations, reputable journalistic institutions, and subject experts. Contributions may be challenged. Yeah, that's absolutely it. Please don't say you're edging us. Okay, I won't say that then. First finished diagram in like a year and a half. Yes, we're not done yet though, CPAFI, so don't even say it yet. It will be. Okay. Hell yeah. And it will all be your fault because you challenged me and I could not handle being wrong. Okay. I'm gonna get going. Have a nice life, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Keep your notifications on. Look for my X posts, whatever, just to figure out when the hell I'm going live. But it won't be in the morning or at the night time. It might be this time tomorrow. Probably this time tomorrow. Okay? Okay? I'll see you guys later. Have a nice life and go and subscribe, you shit.